Hello, everyone. I'm joined today with Ashe Schow from SPJ Airplay. How are you doing today, Ash?
Good, but I'm Ash Short now, so
Ash Short, sorry. I can change that in the title as well.
yeah. Well, I mean, my Twitter still says Scow because of the verification. I guess I can change it now. It doesn't matter.
All right. Well, congratulations on the name change and marriage.
Thanks.
All right, so keep it pretty open-ended in the beginning usually. So, do you want to tell me about your GamerGate experience?
It was pretty simple. I mean, I think for me, whenever something big happens, like there's a big story that everybody's talking about, I always tend to like stay out of it, even if it's in my wheelhouse. Like back, you know, when Gamergate was going on, I was covering a whole bunch of, due process issues with campus sexual assault and also media bias. And so even though parts of Gamergate like really fit into that. When something is big and ongoing, I usually stay out of it because, I don't want to ever say anything that later is like, oh, you were so wrong about that. You were awful, that keeps me from ever getting a higher profile because, the people who get recognized in a lot of these events are the people that are just constantly speaking out based on the facts that they have or their own speculation. And I try not to do that. But at some point, I did start seeing more about, gamers are these terrible, you know, all the stereotypes that everyone always had of the gamer from like the 80s and 90s and early 2000s of like just being this sad loser living in his mom's basement type stuff. And they were doing that, and then they were also saying these people were horrible. They hated women, they hated minorities, they were just, these awful people. And so I do remember like I had started, wait a minute, like when I grew up, gamers were the first people that truly accepted me and my weirdness. Like growing up where I went to school, girls hung out with girls, boys hung out with boys. If you were a girl and you were hanging out with boys, then you got called all kinds of names and everything, even in elementary school and middle school. And so I never did. And then in high school, I was starting the same way. I was hanging out with the girls, and no one seemed interested in anything I said. I was like, oh, I don't know what I'm saying that's wrong. I don't know what's so wrong. And then finally ended up meeting someone, and he introduced me to his friend group, and it was a mix of men and women, and they had the same type of humor as me, and they played video games, and they knew my references. And it was finally like, oh, I just need to hang out with the right people that get me. And from then, it was like anyone that I ever knew. I mean, the people who I was closer to played video games and knew video games. So I could actually talk about this stuff. And, that was one of the things. And I think I had spoken about it with maybe people at Airplay or just behind the scenes that, that stereotype of gamers being, antisocial or whatever was so wrong. The problem was that gamers want to talk about things that they care about, and they care about games. So if they're in a situation where there's a bunch of people who don't care about the same things they care about, then yeah, they're not going to talk much. But anyone would be like that in that situation. And so all of that hate toward gamers and calling them misogynist and racist and everything was like, that's not my experience. It was not, definitely not my experience. My experience was that if you like games and they like games, you're friends. They just want to talk to you about video games, like that's basically it. End of discussion. It doesn't matter whether you're a woman or a minority. It's like, oh, you like games? I like games. Let's talk. And that was it. So when I saw all of this like hate toward gamers, it was just, and of course it was, so many women doing it. And oh, I'm oppressed. And that fit into my wheelhouse of women claiming to be victims and then treating men like dirt.
So, your experiences as a woman who plays video games have been almost entirely positive?
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't get, all of that harassment that so many feminists talked about. And I'm not even talking about the big names like Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian, who, every little criticism was harassment and I'm a victim, like it's smaller people who would just, post things and say, "Oh, look at this, I'm being harassed." And it was like, okay, well, someone just not liking what you said and pointing that out isn't harassment. And so, I would get people that would respond to me, negatively. I don't even remember anybody being like, "Oh, well, you're ugly," or you're, like any of the like terrible things, or like anything gross or anything like that. But I would get people who would just, not agree with what I said, but I never thought about elevating that to, "I'm being harassed. Look at how terrible these people are."
Do you think that Zoe Quinn or Anita Sarkeesian didn't receive harassment, or what do you think of that?
I question how much harassment they received, because I would always get asked, like, "Oh my goodness, you must get harassed, just so much hate and everything." And I'm like, "I really don't." Like, all these people thought that, and maybe, I just wasn't famous enough. Fine. I could accept that, but like the way that it is explained is that if you're a woman and you're on the internet, you're just getting harassed just left and right. And I really never received any of that. So I would tell people, and it's like, yeah, so I question all of these women who say that they are constantly getting harassed and constantly getting these messages with, dick pics, or, just calling them these vile, horrible names, because I didn't get that ever. And so, I mean, once in a while, something, definitely not a gamer, it would, be usually someone left wing who didn't like one of my articles, but it was like, I don't really believe a whole lot of the harassment claims from a lot of people because of that.
So there is like this sort of like perception that at least used to exist, and I know that I sometimes have this perception too, that there's like anytime there's like a woman in Call of Duty voice chat or whatever, um, sometimes people would just be like wild, like the 12-year-old kid who's like shouting like, "Oh, send me your pics," or stuff like that, or like yelling the N word just for the to have fun and for the lulz.
And that very well might be, yeah, for the lulz, and the jokes, normally they're joking amongst themselves, but that's also like when you think of Halo and Call of Duty, specific games, not the games that I played. And those were games that were in the early days of like, kind of having the headsets to be on with people and communicate with people. And, even in sports, like, in hockey, it's called chirping, right? Like you just kind of shit talk people. And like that's kind of a thing. And I know that some of it can be very awful sounding. I never experienced that, but then I didn't play Call of Duty or Halo. The game that I had experience with, like talking to other people, was World of Warcraft, and I never received any of this hate. I mean, there would be when I was in a group and they didn't know I was an actual woman, or if they found out I was an actual woman, then it was like, okay, great, whatever. If you suck, you suck. If you don't, you don't. But I was in a guild, and there was other women in the guild, and people were like married with kids. So it was just like this whole like thing of gamers being a certain way was just not something I really ever experienced. And still to this day, don't experience it, because I play Final Fantasy 14 now, and I don't experience it either. I think half the people in my free company that are on at any given time are women. So, I mean, none of the stuff that was being said about gamers in GamerGate was anything that I've ever experienced.
A little bit off topic, but yeah, I do consider 14 to probably be the superior game to WoW. Though I've only played a little bit of WoW, so
Yeah, well, I played WoW a bit too aggressively in 2006 to 2008. My GPA went from Dean's List to, I think I was maybe under 3.0 for the first time in my life, and struggling with classes because I wouldn't go because I was just farming mats, and I know this is off topic and everything, but I finally quit WoW because I was working on a congressional campaign, and had told them that I need to leave early on Wednesdays and Fridays, not telling them that it was because I had to go raid. And I was in a raid at one point and I was like, what am I doing with my life? I have a I'm working on a campaign and I'm coming home to raid. Like, I have to stop this. And I kind of quit cold turkey.
Yeah, you need priorities. Obviously, the raid's more important.
Right. And I didn't play another MMORPG until this like July when I was like really bored and there were no games out that I wanted to play. And even replaying my favorite games was just not having the effect on me. So I was like, let me try Final Fantasy 14 again. You know, I did a bit of a free trial a couple years ago, got out of it before I got obsessed, but I was like, let me try. And now I play it every single day.
So you're still a Sprout.
Yes, I'm at the post MSQ in Stormblood.
Okay. You got further than me. I got to post MSQ in Heaven's Word, and I want to go back, but I'm so busy with this project and everything right now that.
Yeah, this would definitely take up way too much time. I do not have a project like this. So I am, running daily quests for the Namazu, my favorite little beast tribe. The little catfish people. I love them.
Are they from Stormblood?
Hmm.
Ah, okay. I haven't encountered them yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've interviewed I think you're like well, you're like the 29th person if you count the text interviews, I think. I've interviewed in like the past like month and a half, so it's like insane.
Oh, I thought you were going to say I'm the 29th person you've interviewed that talked about Final Fantasy 14. I was like, whoa, that's a lot of people. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But still, about 30 interviews, that is a lot.
Yeah.
Because you first reached out to me, I mean, with all of my forgetting about this and then all of the other stuff was, yeah, what was it, like 2 months ago?
Yeah, about 2 months ago, roughly. And then I started doing interviews like shortly after that. And someone else did talk about 14 though, Pocket Shop. And I think another person did too that I don't remember who it was.
Well, it is like the most popular MMORPG right now, right? Like
Yeah, I don't
people
know.
love
Well,
it.
WoW just announced their next 3 expansions all at once, so I don't know which one's bigger at the
How do you
moment.
even
But
do that?
yeah, at BlizzCon apparently they announced because it's going to be like a trilogy of expansions for this like super long story.
That could be fun, but I'm not going to go back to WoW. There's like some comforts on Fantasy 14 that like I didn't have in WoW, and I don't know. I don't want to go back.
Anyway, sorry, back to Gamergate. Unless you have anything else you want to say about 14.
A real thing.
Um,
Anything else about what?
actually, you covered sexual assault allegations, campus sexual assault allegations for a while, and you've mentioned this a couple of times. Do you think that there's some sort of issue with like this victimhood culture that we have?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Gamergate brought a whole bunch of people into one of so one of the things that I think Gamergate really did was open a whole lot of people's eyes to the bias in the media and that the media values a narrative over truth. And I do remember some people saying back then that Gamergate, like if games journalism could be so wrong about games, then could other journalists be so wrong about the things they report? And the answer is absolutely yes. And that's what I had been reporting. And the reason why, I believe it was Alum Bakari who reached out to me to be on the Airplay panel because of my campus stuff. Because particularly, and I don't want to get into this because one of the things that made me laugh at Airplay was I was on the first panel and I mentioned the rape on campus, the Rolling Stones story that turned out to be this whole giant this whole giant hoax, right? And so I bring it up and connect it, to the Aaron and Zoe Quinn situation where, here's a guy who says, I was abused. I was in an abusive relationship. This is the person who abused me. And then the internet takes her side, like the abuser side. Whereas that would never have happened if Zoe had said something first. They would have taken her side. So no matter what, they took her side. And I just saw the unfairness in that, like this is what it's like for men. And at that time, particularly with campus sexual assault. And then we moved into the Me Too world where it was just like open season, invite Like, accuse any guy who you ever had any kind of interaction with that you find negative or that you don't like this guy anymore. Go ahead, accuse him and then ruin his life. And then he gets fired from where he works. You never have to prove it, never have to provide a shred of evidence. You can just say, I mean, what was it? Even at Airplay, like some of the situations, it's like the Cards Against Humanity guy, right? Where it was like, you know, a girl he slept with in college is now saying, oh, he was awful and like he lost everything because of that. And like there was never any proof. And it was like, you can have okay, so maybe he, at the worst, maybe he was just like a jerk. But it's like now getting accused of being an abuser rather than just a bad boyfriend, or whether he was or not, you know, like that's just what happened. And Gamergate kind of started a lot of that for other people, you know. And there was obviously so much else going on with Gamergate other than that, but that was the side that I really connected to, was this, you know, these allegations by these women that they were being harassed, that, you know, the mistreatment of men, the looking down on men, the, you know, men are the enemy, they're all evil, they're all terrible, and, you know, poor us women, give us attention, you know, all of this stuff. And we deserve it just because we're women, not because we're good at anything or we have anything valuable to say. I mean, Sarkeesian was basically just repeating, what was his name? What's his name from the 90s who was
Zach
always saying
Thompson.
yeah, that guy. It was just video games cause violence, but in this iteration is video games cause misogyny. And it was like, no, they don't.
Yeah, we'll be getting
You
to
know?
that a little bit later, so I probably won't jump in super too much with that right now.
Yeah.
Um, I do find it interesting though, because like obviously, if somebody like was actually the victim of something, you want to be like somewhat sympathetic towards that, but you also have to do your due diligence and like research it and like find out if it's true.
Right. And no one did due diligence. And a lot of the accusations like didn't even make sense, and a lot of them didn't hold up. Well, in Me Too. And with Gamergate, like nobody even looked into these things because you were told that if you question an accuser, you were re-traumatizing her, and that you basically yourself was an abuser. And so I've seen that on college campuses, seen that in the court system, and then it came about in Gamergate. And I mean, to this day, that still bothers me.
Yeah, and to her credit, Anita Sarkeesian actually did release like a list of people who harassed her. Though they weren't Gamergate people, it was mostly just like random people on the internet who like never
Right. Well,
used the
that was the
Gamergate
other thing.
hashtag.
Right. Well, that was the other thing, was that like trying to lay things on Gamergate's doorstep, or, you know, on gamers, when without any evidence that it was actual gamers, or that it, you know, I mean, some of the bomb threats, like I don't doubt that they were called from supporters just to make the other side look bad. You know, I don't, I'm not saying that's what happened at Airplay or at the DC meetup. I'm not saying that at all. But I would say it on the other side, because, I mean, gamers just, in my, like, don't do that. Like, wouldn't do that. I know I just fell into the trap, but,
Oh,
you
it
know.
is a. I mean, so um, there were people who were like doing like actual harassment, like not just like mean tweets. Um, like I have like some evidence of this. Like I was doxxed myself by some of these people. Like there were trolling groups, like the Bill Wagner crew, the GNAA, Baphomet, Kiwi Farms, like groups like this on the internet that would purposely go after people, just to get a reaction out of them, and they thought it was funny. And also there was I'm interviewing two third-party trolls actually for this book. I'm interviewing Pterodax, if you remember him. He was a very prolific troll.
Not really. Maybe.
It might be for the best that you don't remember him, because like he wasn't involved in Gamergate, but he harassed people on both sides. Like he I do have receipts on this. I can send them to you. Like he did bribe kids to send death threats to Zoe Quinn and blame Gamergate for it.
Right. And that's what I'm talking about, was that, you know, if there was these people like this that were trying to pin things on gamers and Gamergate, that that wasn't part of the movement, right? False accusations to make it gamers and GamerGate supporters look like terrible people when they weren't. There were people that had some criticisms about games journalism.
But there were also a couple of like Gamergate people that probably went too far, like maybe Ethan Ralph, and like
You
really
always
did.
gonna have you are going to have people like that. They're going to be few and far between, whereas the vast movement, but of course, because the media was against Gamergate, was against gamers, that it's the same thing you see the media do. Right now they're doing it with Israel, which is really scary, but you see them do it with, right-leaning politicians or people who don't conform to leftist narratives. You see the media will come down on them as much as it can, no matter what the nuance or the truth is. And they have a narrative. Okay, Republicans are evil, right? Republicans are the home of Nazis. Therefore, if anything happens, well, it must be right wing, right? Gamergate was called right wing because it was going against the narrative that gamers are loser guys who hate women and minorities. And so they just double down on it because they don't want anything to go against their narrative. And so if there is an example that proves their narrative, they're going to run with it. Doesn't matter whether it was, a false flag or whatever, they're going to run with it. But if it proves the opposite, like someone from their side did something, then they completely dismiss it, or they still blame the other side somehow and say that, like, well, they brought this on themselves, by being terrible. You see that the example I would give right now, and I don't want to be very political in all of this, but with the different school shootings, right? So, or the different mass shootings, right? So a Dylan Roth goes into a black church and kills black people. Well, that's it. White people from the South, right-leaning, they're racist, okay? White people shouldn't have guns. But then you see the woman who identified as a man going into the Nashville Christian school to target Christians. Well, then the narrative is that, well, if Christians weren't so terrible, they wouldn't have been, they basically deserve this, right? The narrative always has to be maintained. And so if you're like, anything that disproves it has to be discounted. And that happened with Gamergate. I mean, that was a big example to a lot of people of what the media actually does.
So can you define what Gamergate was?
No. Because there were moving parts and they all kind of came together, but Gamergate specifically, like the hashtag, obviously we all know the story. Adam Baldwin coined it, and it came after the day gamers are dead articles popped up
It
everywhere.
came the day before, actually.
The hashtag?
He tweeted the hashtag out the day before the Gamers Are Dead articles. And he was sharing Internet Aristocrats video on the Quinspiracy stuff with Nathan Grayson and Zoe Quinn and Aaron Joni.
Wow. So I had my days wrong. I had thought that came after the gamers are dead thing.
Well, the hashtag blew up after the Gamers Are Dead thing, but the first tweet related to like anything like this was Baldwin's tweet. Yeah, you're right. But it was August 27th, and the articles came out on August 28th.
Huh. I learned something new then. But I gotta tell you, and anybody that's watching, it's been 8 years. I don't remember every single detail.
Over 9 now, actually.
Yeah, for that. I think Airplay was 2015, so that was 8 years ago for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, 9 years with Gamergate. I mean, it has been a long time, and I am not going to get every single detail right. I am sorry.
Oh, you're fine, because I get it. I interview people. I've interviewed a ton of people, and obviously not everyone remembers every single minute detail. And I'm like pretty knowledgeable about most of this stuff, so I can like catch claims that are slightly off and correct them as we go generally. But like, I don't think that's gonna be like a huge issue with you.
But yeah, I mean, the gamers are dead articles was one of the things that really did blow it up. And I know the Aaron and Zoe Quinn stuff was another big thing. And then just criticism of games journalists. Are those people with comments that I'm not seeing?
So those beeping, you can mute. Those are people in the Discord. Um,
Okay.
but you can mute that if you go to Do Not Disturb in Discord as your status, the very bottom
Oh,
left. There are three chats, but neither of them are super active right now. There's Twitch
okay.
where there's one person chatting in, Kick where there's nobody, and there's three people watching on YouTube currently. Though hopefully that'll blow up a little bit more. Usually around 6 o'clock, more people are active. 6 o'clock
Okay.
Central.
Yeah, I was just like, because I live stream games for very brief amount of time and I never really had any viewers, but it was mostly like the people from Gamergate that like were really interested, right? Like that would be there and it would just be making jokes and stuff. But I was like pretty much responding to comments the whole time. So I've just got this like kind of need of like people asking things and I want to address things. But I'll try to do that because I'm still not finding the do not disturb.
Oh, you have to click on like your profile, your username at the very bottom next to the micro. If you hover over, it'll say mute, deafen, user settings, and then next to it's like your profile
Okay, there we
picture.
go. I got it. I
Cool.
got it.
Yeah, and if we do have interesting questions from chat, I do bring them up sometimes, but usually I don't bring up too much stuff from chat. All right, so you consider yourself a gamer. Can you define what that means to you?
Someone who plays video games and loves video games. I mean, to me, someone who's lived video games, but you don't have to. It's been my whole life. My parents were gamers. My brother, a bigger gamer than me. Well, I mean, he plays a wider range of games than I do, but I pretty much was raised, my mom was playing like Super Mario Brothers. No, I think it was the first one, honestly, when I was a little kid. And she was making it really far in that game, and I accidentally saved over her. She was really mad. So, and my parents had an Atari, before I was born. Every once in a while, they'd break it out. We'd play it. We had every system growing up. We had a Dreamcast. We had a Virtual Boy. We had several Game Boys. My dad even like found one in an airport and then thought, I don't know, he like brought it home to my brothers. Somebody lost their Game Boy back in the 90s and my brother ended up with it. But yeah, I mean, a gamer for me is just somebody who plays games, loves them, appreciates them, can see the value in them for entertainment, for art, or anything. I mean, really. I mean, basically, literally, it's someone who plays games. And
How
like, there's so many. And I mean, one of the things, like, that stereotype of gamers, there weren't as many people playing video games like in the 80s, in the 90s, and in the early 2000s. I mean, for me, I think Nintendo 64 started to change that. And then the Wii and the iPhone really changed that because now, everyone plays games. It might be Candy Crush or something, but you're still playing a game. So I mean, really everybody plays games. And even, when I was in college, the only kind of stereotypes I'll make was that jocks would play the sports games, right? They would play Madden, like they would play the NBA games or the NHL games. So I mean, even back then the stereotype didn't really apply because so many people were playing video games. I mean, I remember walking down the hall in my college dorm and there'd just be a group of guys that they're playing GoldenEye, or Mario Kart. So it was just a normal thing for me.
did you get a chance to play the Virtual Boy?
Oh yeah. No, we had it and we played it a lot. I played Mario Tennis on that all the time. And a little bit of WarioWare, but mainly I really loved Mario Tennis on Virtual Boy. And even though years later, like we found the Virtual Boy, could never find the Mario Tennis. It was not in it, and it just disappeared. It was like the only game we really played.
Oh wow, that actually might be worth a lot of money now if you still have it.
The Virtual Boy?
Yeah, it's like a pretty
Maybe. We
rare.
probably No, my parents got rid of a whole bunch of stuff for really cheap when they moved. My dad sold his Star Wars collection for $2,000, and I'm pretty sure it was worth way more than that. He had original figures from the 1970s, unopened, pristine condition. So, I mean, my family used to hold on to things, so I would say they probably still have it, but they did get rid of a lot of stuff.
So is the term gamer gendered to you?
No. Was that even a claim?
Kind of. I mean, that's kind of what the Gamers Did articles could have been seen as saying, albeit in an extremely ham-fisted way.
Yeah, no, there's no way gamer, as in someone who plays games, could possibly, it's not, they weren't calling like, it wasn't game men or game women, like a gamer men, like it was just gamer. There was literally no gender in it whatsoever.
On August 28th, 2014, 10 competing publications all published articles on the same day calling for an end to the gamer identity. These 10 articles were followed by 9 additional articles on other mostly gaming sites over the next few days, which some saw as calling for an end to the gamer identity. What did you think of these articles?
Well, again, like I came in a little bit later, and so I had to look back at this stuff because I don't quite remember when it actually came out, or it was one of those things that I just put out of my head because I had other things. But I mean, once I got wind of it and learned about it, like it did anger me because one, 10 on the same day is coordination. And then 9 other outlets following up on that. Like I know how that works. Like in journalism, is that somebody writes something, you like it, you feel like you're going to write your own version of that. Well, ton of other reporters at other outlets do the same thing. You see this, all the time. You'll see, you know, kind of a big narrative come out at the New York Times, and then all of a sudden a bunch of other outlets will have like very similar stories that, oh, we got this, we have this, and so you see it happen, and it's very easy to see it happening. It is particularly odd when it was 10 opinion articles and then 9 more opinion articles. But I mean, it angered me because, again, calling gamers these terrible things that they weren't and they aren't.
So, were you involved with Gamergate at all prior to Alan Bakari messaging you about Airplay?
I think I retweeted some things. I think. I mean, I don't know. Someone probably go back on my tweets and figure this stuff out. I may have liked things. I may have retweeted things. I may have made some comments because I was like tangentially aware of Gamergate before alum reached out to me to, you know, go to Airplay. But I mean, there were things that I had to learn before Airplay because I wasn't reached out. Like he didn't reach out specifically for my knowledge on Airplay. Reached out because of the false accusations that I'd written about, right? And so how that related to Aaron and Zoe Quinn, the Cards Against Humanity guy, one other person who had been, I should have gone back and looked some of these things up, but it was somebody also like another game developer or something who had also been accused, and it was kind of dubious, and yet career destroyed.
Brad
Just
Wardell
immediately. Yes,
of
yes,
Stardock?
Brad Wardell.
Space is it's yeah, Stardock, yeah.
Yeah, it was Brad Wardell. And so I was brought on basically to talk about them, even though like I hadn't written about them, I hadn't even heard about them, but like my expertise was in these false accusations. So look into those, come be an expert on that. But then they also taught me about Gamergate because it was obviously a Gamergate panel, and I wanted to know more than just I'm here to talk about these things when you all are here to talk about these things. So that's when I like really started to learn about what was going on and all of the issues involved. The gamers are dead article, the stereotypes against gamers, the issues with games journalists, giving games good ratings in order to get more review copies, so that they would be in good standing, and the kind of corruption behind that, where, you couldn't even really get an honest review from games journalists because they would just do that. So, that was like a whole other wing, really, of Gamergate, right? Like the ethics in games journalism, obviously.
Yeah, we'll be getting to that a little bit too. I know that you said that you got involved with GamerGate a little bit later. I was involved in 2015 too. That's when I got involved. So
Yeah, I think it was 2015. I mean, yeah. But I think I had put out there about, I think that I had put out there that like gamers um were the first people to treat me right, and to you know connect with me. I may have put that out before Alum reached out. I think he reached out to me not just for that, but that I had tweeted about games at some point before, But even, and that was like another thing for me from Gamergate, was that like I didn't strongly tweet about games back then, because I was still like, oh, well, I've got to be this like political person, and that will detract from it. But with Gamergate, it was like, no, now I'm tweeting about video games, I'm playing video games, I'm talking to people about video games. And I mean, now if you see my Twitter account, it's just retweets of people tweeting about Israel and stuff about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
oh, how is the remake? I've not played it.
Oh, well, I loved Remake, but then, I mean, I would have loved pretty much anything they put out, anything vaguely Final Fantasy VII. Like, I'm also playing Ever Crisis, so like Square Enix just has me on retainer, essentially. Like they just get my money just regularly, just get tons of my money. Such like a fangirl to them, it's embarrassing. So yeah, I loved Seven. I'm constantly tweeting about, when a new trailer comes out, what are we seeing? Things like that. I do these long Twitter threads, but I also keep calling out like so much, because games journalism's still a problem, and so many articles that I see about Rebirth or about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth are these wild, evidence-free speculation mainly about Aerith living. And it's like, oh, this fan theory hints to this. No, it's a fan theory. It doesn't hint to anything because a fan made it up, you know? Or they'll be like, oh, well, Zach's got this timeline, so Kotaku just had an article. I mean, granted, it's Kotaku, but like, I'm sure, like, opinion and everything, that it was just like, Zach's storyline, and they mentioned there was going to be a surprise, so maybe Zach's going to save her. And it's like, no, this is literal clickbait, because they're not going to change the story that much. They just aren't. Because the story exists, and there's going to be tweaks like there was in Remake that have to happen if you're bringing a game from the polygon version of 1997 into the graphics that we have and computer power that we have in 2023 or 2020 when Remake came out. Like, there's going to have to be changes. And if you're expanding on a story, you're going to expand. So it angers me that this stuff is going on. It's just speculation, like kind of hidden as reporting, masquerading as reporting. It irritates me.
And there obviously were a couple of, I think, quote unquote controversies surrounding the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, like Cloud scene where he dresses as a woman, which I think some games journalists or people on social media were upset about, and then also Tifa's Tifa's large breasts. I think that
Yeah, I
garnered a
mean,
couple of articles.
it was some BS stuff. Well, they were like, then they wanted to pick on people who were like, oh, her boobs look smaller. And like, my first thought was like, oh, she's got a sports bra. Good for her, But yeah, those were, again, these manufactured, stupid controversies that, like, claiming that the 1997, it was like, it was so anti-trans and anti-drag. It was like this big joke. But like, when It was one of those things where I'm like, did you play the game? Have you played the game recently? Because I have, and reading all of the dialogue during that scene, literally no one makes fun of him. They're all like, this is interesting. Let me help you. Literally no one makes fun of him or men in dresses or at all. Like nobody does. Like everybody is like kind of super supportive of Cloud. Like literally the man who makes the dress was bored of making clothes until he was asked to make a dress for Cloud. And then he was like reinvigorated. He was like excited to make this dress for a man. So it was like this wasn't some offensive thing back then. And then this time around, all right, Cloud's still not happy about being in the dress. He does make a joke. When Tifa says something, he's like, yeah, I know, I look great. But it's like, it's again, the only weird thing was like the whole speech at the Honeybee Inn about like the notions of gender. I'm like, that none of that makes sense. Like it actually doesn't make any sense. But all right, Square put that in there, I guess, to appease people.
Is that in the Rebirth?
Remake. Rebirth is a second part because they're doing a trilogy.
Okay. Why do you
But
think...
you can already see there's going to be problems and anger around Rebirth because there's very clearly going to be a beach scene. Like Costa del Sol's going to be pretty lit. They released ESRB ratings and they have a whole bunch of things listed. And at some point, they're talking about zooming in on characters' parts in skimpy clothing, and that at some point they're zooming in and someone says like, I know you just want to see my bodacious beach bod. So now there's all these articles that are like, there's going to be a bodacious beach bod in Rebirth, and who could have said it? And my theory is that it has to be Yuffie. Like it has to be Yuffie. She's the only one that would talk like that. I mean, someone tweeted out at me and it was like, but it should be Red 13. Like that would be hilarious if it was Red 13, but probably Yuffie. But we know now we're going to be able to change characters' clothes and, Square Enix loves to do. There's always, in their games, some bath sequence. Like if you remember Final Fantasy X-2 with the girls in the hot springs, definitely whatever they think women do in a bath. Not what women do in a bath, but it was like, it was in there, and it was like, this is a really ridiculous scene, but it's like, Crisis Core also had a pretty ridiculous beach scene. Final Fantasy VII Costa del Sol's beach scene in 97, very tame. What is it going to be like in 2024? Probably not so tame. Probably pretty ridiculous.
Good. I hope it is.
Right, me too. Because it didn't, like, it never made sense. Like, they're complaining about the heat and nobody, like, changes. Like, even Hojo out there in his lab coat is like, okay, Hojo's probably not going to be in just a lab coat. Like, he's probably going to be in, like, just a lab coat with a Speedo, or it's not going to be, like, his full work attire because it's hot, Like, people are actually going to dress for the weather, which would also make sense for me for Icicle Inn, because I remember in the original game, Tifa's over there freezing when you're just standing outside, and it's like, please get her a coat. So maybe that Icicle Inn's going to be in the third game. Hopefully people get some winter clothes then.
So which Final Fantasy is the best?
I don't know.
I've only actually beaten 7, I think. Though I got like 95% of the way through 8. Like literally on the last disc even. But I couldn't beat the final boss because like the junction system's like really janky. And I never really figured it out.
The junction system was like the best. It's one of the most creative things in any video game ever. You either love it or you hate it. 7 is my lifelong obsession. I played it when it came out. I had no idea about it. My brother got it for Christmas, and then I saw him playing it. And he got to the point where you meet Tifa, and I immediately fell in love with little Polygon Tifa, being like, she's the coolest person I've ever seen. I want to be just like her when I grow up. And then I played the game, and it has been a lifelong obsession for me. And I will say, like, it is the non-living thing in this world that I love the most. Like, I wouldn't even say just my favorite piece of fiction, my favorite video game, just like literally my favorite non-living thing in the world, you know, because cats and people will come first. But yeah, I mean, I'm obsessed with it, right? Wrote fan fiction, write fan fiction, like just figures, everything. Just live it. It's my whole life.
Well, I
I
don't.
just had to keep it in mind. I also loved 8. I also loved 9. I also loved 10. And I also loved 10 too. And now I love 14. I didn't like 15 so much. Love 16. Got bored of 12. Never played any of the 13s. Can't get through 6 because it's too slow and with the pixels. And I really wish they would, you know, do something with that so I could play 6 and then have never played 1 through 5.
You're more experienced than me, I think. I've played basically 7, most of 8, most of 10, I think. I never beat 10. Which I
The ending of
10's
10 always makes me cry.
10's a really solid RPG actually.
Mm-hmm.
And then I played like a little bit of some of the other ones, like 13. I played a little bit, like 20 minutes. No, actually, probably like 2 hours actually. But I like never got back to it because I'm so busy in real life that like sitting down for like a massive 70-hour RPG is just like not something in the cards usually.
Right.
So you mentioned you look up to like Tifa when you were younger. Do you think that like representation in games matters?
Maybe like to some extent, but I don't like I've never not played a game because I couldn't play as a woman. Like it was one of those things where, you know, like Tifa didn't have to be one of the characters you played as because I was amazed by her the minute you meet her. She's not even part of the party yet, right? So it really didn't matter whether you could play as her, whether you learned anything really more about her. I was already like hooked, right? At that point, and then it just drew me in further. So, I mean, perhaps to an extent, but again, I've never played a game because I could only play as a man. I mean, Final Fantasy VII was the obsession, but I mean, like, I played Mario and I didn't think, like, oh, I want to play as Peach, you know? I actually played as Yoshi when I could. I still play as Yoshi whenever I can. So, I mean, dinosaur representation, I guess. And when it comes to, you know, and then I always loved Grand Theft Auto, and it was like, okay, those are usually male protagonists, anti-heroes, antagonists, you know, like whatever. Like it never really mattered to me. I don't feel like I need to see myself in anything in order to like that thing. Like I know there are people that seem to need that or to come up with this idea that like, oh, well, no one in this looks like me, therefore it must not be for me. It's never been, you know, I mean, the only thing that I usually like in anything is a love story, right? Even in an action here movie, you know, like I'm gonna watch the action movie. I like it. I don't need it to be a female action hero because I don't find those as believable. Um, you know, I as to, you know, needing someone of another color, well, you would have to, you know, talk to someone else about that one because you know, I don't know.
Why do you think
But
that? Oh, God.
well, I mean, I think, you know, the games like represent the people who are largely playing them, you know? And so there might be small groups that aren't that are different, but it's like, you know, the vast majority of people are one way.
Well, do you think that that is well, is it the chicken or the egg, right? Are these people playing the games because I guess the perception would be, and I'm not putting words in your mouth. I don't want to do that. That's not what you said. But I think the perception like some people would have is that like video games were marketed towards like teenage boys for a long period of time, and so you had
Hmm.
a lot of like grizzled, masculine macho man kind of characters for a while, and not that was not exclusively it, right? You also had like Cloud and Tifa, who like obviously don't match
Right.
that mold
But
at
it
all.
also wasn't exclusive to games. I mean, look at action heroes of the 80s and 90s, right? Like, I mean, it's all the same, all media.
So
The heroes look very similar.
are these people playing the games because they like, oh, this is something that's been marketed towards me, and like therefore I should play the game as the Rambo, the John McClane, whatever, right? The grizzled soldier from Call of Duty or Halo or whatever it happens to be. And I should play this game because like, oh, it's been marketed towards me and it appeals to me more. Or is it that this was like naturally the audience, and so like the those are the people that just happen to be having the games made for them, quote unquote.
I mean, I would think it would be both ways, right? Like, the games are made based on what the audience wants, and then the audience um, inspires future games, right? I mean, look at how things have evolved, but also look like, I mean, you bring up the military, but games didn't really start that way. I mean, you had Contra, yeah, back then, but I mean, look at all of the other games. I mean, again, Mario wasn't some big masculine, he was a fat little plumber. And then you had Sonic, who wasn't a human at all. Um, so, I mean, there's always examples that are like, that's not really how it is. I mean, yeah, there was Call of Duty and there's a bunch of other games, but for all of that, I mean, there's a whole bunch of, Harvest Moon, one of my favorite series, and Story of Seasons, and they've been around since the 90s too, where the whole farming game where you live in a small town and you farm. So I mean, there's just and I remember even on Sega, like I always liked Echo the Dolphin, and people still remember Echo the Dolphin. It wasn't like some tiny game that nobody remembers. Like people remember it. People loved it. You played as a dolphin, so it wasn't, you know, like I just don't see it as much of a thing of like we're gonna try to appeal to young teenage boys' masculinity dreams when there were so many games that couldn't possibly have appealed to that.
Getting back to the Gamers Are Dead articles, why do you think that these publications wrote these articles?
Someone, I think during Gamergate, had mentioned that games journalists seem to be like they wanted to be political journalists, but they weren't talented enough or they didn't have the right connections. So they were in games journalism. And I mean, part of it's just, games journalists may not have been getting paid a whole lot. And when you jump into what's now known as all of this woke stuff, then you get attention. Then you might be able to go to another publication. You might make it to, Newsweek or Slate or Salon or something like that, and get out of games journalism. And I mean, around that time, because of what I was writing about, the campus sexual assault stuff, these accusations and all of this, if you pretend to be a victim, particularly a victim of right-leaning people or white men, then you are instantly elevated. You are instantly famous and you are instantly just protected by the left and left-wing media. And so I think games journalists just, hop on that bandwagon. It's super easy. We say gamers are terrible people. The left is going to agree with that, that because you say anything against white men and that fits the narrative that they want. So, go ahead and do it and you'll get famous. And I think that a lot of people did that. If you're allowed to criticize white men, you can dump on white men and teenage boys all you want, and you'll be famous for it. It's super easy. It's a lot less easy to criticize anyone who's a woman or not white. You won't get protected for that.
Part of these articles were a response to, or some of the articles were inspired, it seems, by the ongoing controversy involving Kotaku, Nathan Grayson, Zoe Quinn, Aaron Joni, and some ethical violations that were uncovered then, why wouldn't the companies just come out and just say, "Hey, look, we messed up. We slap a couple people on the wrist and call it a day"? Like, wouldn't that be like a better response?
You would think, but admitting fault could open legal issues, and people don't want to admit they were wrong. Like you will see corrections to the New York Times or the Washington Post that are very watered down because they don't want to admit they got something wrong, especially if what they got wrong would go against the narrative, right? The narrative of, you know, gamers bad or we good, we're smart, we're better than you, right? They don't want to admit they did anything wrong or got any information wrong. And it's also human nature, you know? Like, I mean, I know I've been called out on my stories over the years that you got this wrong. A lot of the time when it does happen, it's like, I did not even know that. I'm really glad you pointed that out. And sometimes it's just, it's mean spirited, you know? And I want to double down then, you know, like it's human nature of like you believe something and then someone questions that, you might get angry and double down. And I think these gaming outlets didn't want to be like, we're ethical, you know, like we never even really thought about ethics, right? And they're not going to change, and they didn't want to change, and they didn't want to admit that they even needed to change. So the people calling us out are the evil ones. They're bad. Look at them. They're terrible. Hate them. And then anything they say can then be ignored.
Do you think that if the games press had gone the route of just saying, "Hey, look, we're to do better in the future. Our bad. We made some mistakes," and they could even like condemn harassment at the same time from people who are actually doing it. Do you think if they went that route, that GamerGate still would have blown up into this massive thing, or would have happened at all in the sense that it did?
Well, I think it still would have happened because that would just be dealing with the ethics, right? Whereas the Zoe Quinn stuff still exists in this sphere. And there were so many, you know, like ethical issues with it that I don't think you would have been believed, right? Like at that point, you've lost trust. You have to gain it back. You say you're going to do that. Then anytime you're making a mistake, or if you don't immediately start showing that you are making that change, then yeah, Gamergate still would have happened because it would have been, you know, if they had shown that they were liars, which probably would have happened. Like I just don't see a world where people woke up to unethical reporting and that, you know, somehow it just being magically fixed, that the outlets, you know, because you see it now with the media, they do not stop. They do not stop. I mean, like all of the people, like the reporters just taking Gaza Health Ministries at their word, right? They just post that. Or you can go back to the Russiagate with Donald Trump, where like that stuff didn't turn out to be true, but they won Pulitzers, they went after it, that everything was elevated, right? And it doesn't matter. That was the narrative. It's still the narrative. They will never admit that they got anything wrong, and they will never change because you still see all of the errors that they make always go in the same direction, right? That all of the corrections, all of the issues, all of the misreporting, it's always against the right. And so they don't learn, and they will never learn. And the games journalism like was never going to either, because they don't have to. They don't face consequences.
Yeah, I don't want to go like super far down this route because it's like
Yeah.
not really specifically GG related. But when it comes
Right.
like the Trump Russia stuff, obviously like a lot of people or some of the people associated with Trump's campaign like did have weird connections with Russia, and like that's not to say that like he's like a Russian agent or anything like that. But like, isn't that like something that probably should have been investigated to see if it was like something there?
Well, I mean, what are the connections? Because again, like so many politicians have weird connections in Russia, you know. Um, I mean, I mean, really into the weeds, but Carter Page was somebody who was, you know, really destroyed in all of this. Most people probably don't even know his name, but he was destroyed over a conference he spoke at in Russia. Well, like one of the people that was going after him the strongest as being a Russian agent also spoke at that conference. So you would have situations like that where it was like, okay, his connection there is seedy, but your connection there is not, you know? Like you would have situations like that, and it's just people in high levels like do business with Russia or have connections in Russia. Like it's Hillary Clinton also, you know, like you know, it's just these things where it's just we want to make it seem like that is wrong and ignore that we do the same thing.
I don't know a huge amount about the Russia Trump stuff because it's been so long. Um, but we can move on to the games journalism portion if you'd like.
Yeah, no one cares about the Russia stuff anyway.
I know you've talked about this a little bit, but what do you think about games journalism?
I still think that it's messed up, but I don't think it's any different than a whole lot of you know other journalism out there. I still want to say science journalism is actually the worst out there when you just publish every random study and be like, oh, coffee does this for you. Coffee is bad. Coffee doesn't, you know, like how many times you will see a study that says something about coffee because it's just literally any study ever published and they'll report on it and get attention. Like it's terrible. Sorry. But I still don't think much of it. Like I will read articles if there's information in them, you know, but a whole lot of them really are just speculation dressed up as reporting. And the opinion usually is a victimhood complaint that I see. So my thing and going back to Gamergate, because I think sometimes I would like post an article or maybe post Gamergate, post an article from Polygon or Kotaku, and people would be like, why are you posting something from Polygon or Kotaku? And in my opinion, the only way that I could feel right trying to change a place is to give traffic to the articles I like and not giving traffic to the articles that I don't, right? So the ones that are supposed to get angry hate clicks, not clicking on them, because then they'll just keep writing more angry articles because they will get those clicks and that's what they care about most. But clicking on the articles and reading the articles that are actually good, you know, and sharing those and trying to kind of show like this is where the traffic should be, put the traffic there.
What kind of reforms would you like to have seen happen with the games press?
I mean, obviously an acknowledgement of what they had done and vows to change it and then actual change, you know, not being in bed with the game developers so that, you know, you give a good review in order to get access. Being honest about things, checking your reporting, you know, not just, you know, is following journalism ethics, you know, essentially.
How responsive to calls for reform do you think the games press was?
They weren't, not at all. Just the same thing with any media, you know, calls for reform is nothing. They paint the reformers as hateful, bigoted monsters, and then them not changing is them standing up to these hateful, bigoted monsters, you know? So, yeah, there's never going to be this kind of change. Like, they employ the very people, these people, you know? They just keep hiring people that think this way, you know? And it's just going to stay. And the only thing, honestly, that can be done is like I said, giving clicks where they're actually doing a good job and, you know, having the outlets that actually follow ethics and do what is right.
If you were the editor-in-chief of a gaming website and some of your employees were credibly accused of ethical violations, what would you have done?
Well, first, I hate the term credibly accused because it's thrown out all the time. They're like, nowadays a woman makes an accusation against a man. Well, it's a credible accusation just because she said it, because it's not a credible accusation if you look at the details, you know? Like the whole Trevor Bauer, the MLB player, credible accusation. Well, it actually wasn't, you know? So, but if taking it as an honest term that it was a credible accusation, then I would want to investigate it. I would want to look deep into it and and come up with a solution no matter what the truth was, and to explain what the truth was. No one would believe it because it would be an internal review, but that's what I would want to do. I mean, my whole thing is you know, due process. So you need to actually investigate the accusations. And if something was done wrong, then yeah, there would have to be a reform. I wouldn't, depending on how bad it was, I wouldn't necessarily say fire this person, but they would have to very much show improvement and change. You know, I don't like the, oh, you did something wrong, we're just going to fire you. I would like for people to be able to change and to have that chance. But that's me as an editor-in-chief, and I am not an editor-in-chief.
Do you think there is still a role for good games journalism in the world? And if so, what does that look like to you?
There's definitely still a role, obviously. And I see that. I see that outside, right, of the main American outlets. So, you know, I mean, from what I know with Final Fantasy VII, they'll get the producers, the developers, director, creator, all of that will give interviews to Japanese outlets, and then, you know, they'll get translated. And I'm like, that's fine. I'll read that. That is fine. That is news. But when it comes to like gaming reviews, I tend to definitely not read what any outlet says and just find what YouTubers are saying, you know? And people on Reddit. I just trust them way more to have actually played the game and to point out, here's what I didn't like. I mean, a recent example, I play every like one of those farming games I mentioned, like Story of Seasons, Harvest Moon, like My Time at Portia. Like if it comes out and you can farm and live in a small town and, you know, marry and have a kid and like revitalize the town, like I will play it. Like pretty much. I've played some real terrible ones. But recently there was a game that came out called Fae Farm, and it was going to have a magical element to it, and I wanted to play it. The trailer looked nice, and then I looked it up, or I saw just some link to it, and somebody had done like a really in-depth review that just trashed it and had the gameplay like proving that like this game is awful. Like everybody says the same thing, not just the same, like literally every character only has one line of dialogue and they're all the same line of dialogue. Or, you know, this function doesn't work, or there's nothing you can do here, you know, like, and it was like, you're not going to get that at one of the media outlets, you know? You might get some twisting on the edge of just, you know, oh, this didn't work quite so well. Or you'll get the review that's through the lens of some filter, you know, political filter of like gender or, you know, race or something, where it'll just say like, oh, but this game treats women terribly or something, you know, and it won't be anything about gameplay or the actual game, and it'll be just that person's attention seeking of like women are treated badly. Whereas if you play the game and you don't have that lens, you'll just enjoy the game and you won't see any of that. So I think, you know, there's just other people that you can go to at this point that games journalism might not even be necessary.
In September 2014, it was revealed that nearly 150 games journalists from competing publications were in a mailing group called Game Journal Pros. Are you familiar with this incident?
I think I am. I think I remember that. It was very similar to something that happened in political journalism years earlier called Journalist, where there was a whole bunch of lefty journalists in a very similar, like an email group. and all coordinating stories and narratives and everything. So, it wasn't even the first time something like that had happened where journalists had basically collaborated to create particular narratives and work together on, bashing certain people. So, yeah, I mean, heard about it, wasn't the first time.
All right, this is something you are definitely familiar with. In August 2015, Michael Koretsky, a regional director for the Society of Professional Journalists, hosted the SPJ Airplay conference. The idea of the conference was to have journalistic ethics experts meet with Gamergate supporters to discuss their concerns about games journalism and the way the media covered Gamergate. The second half of the conference was interrupted by bomb threats, forcing the convention center to be evacuated. Do you have any thoughts on this event?
The bomb scare?
Or, well, the event in general.
Oh, the event in general, I mean, I loved it. I enjoyed it. I was on the first panel and, I was there for the whole weekend. So I was, hanging out with attendees the night before and then after the next day we left. But like the Friday night, like meet and greet or whatever, like I had a lot of fun there getting to meet people that, I'd spoken to on Twitter or who knew me from the other things that I wrote, the non-Gamergate things, the campus sexual assault stuff, and like talking to me about that. And, I honestly had a really great time. And then when the bomb threat happened, which again, like it was obviously fake. And it was just annoying because it was really hot outside. It was Miami in August. And so I remember the panelists on the second panel left, like to go find cooler areas. And so, or at least some of them. And I'd stayed. And so me and Oliver and Mark Seb, an alum, like basically just kind of continued our own panel, like outside in the heat, right? Taking questions and stuff. And I just remember like it was just fun, because there was all of this, gamers are terrible person. And here comes Oliver with, like it's 12, 16, 18 pack of water on his shoulder because a bunch of guys had just gone down to the gas station just to buy water for everybody because we were outside and it was hot. And, it was just that like more narrative breaking of like these terrible people. Well, here we are taking care of each other, and just hanging out and talking and having a good time while they're sweeping for this alleged bomb. But yeah, because I'll never forget the picture that went around afterwards. That was me and Mark Seb and Oliver, and people comparing it to Morpheus, Neo, and then I was the lady in red. And I don't know, it was always like that kind of fun stuff that makes me think of gamers, where there was this whole period where the GamerGate profile pictures with like the glasses and the Doritos and like all of that stuff on there that I always found so fun. And I had this whole folder on Facebook of like fan art where people would just like Photoshop me into things, and it was jokey, like, and it was funny. And so I always enjoyed like the humor that gamers have of like this weird kind of sense of humor, the dorky sense of humor, like that I have the same kind, but I'm not as brilliant as them as the things they come up with. And so, I mean, you asked earlier my experience with Gamergate, and like that was pretty much it, was just joking around with people who had my same sense of humor and who loved games.
How do you feel Michael Koretsky did and how he approached the event and setting it up and planning it and running it?
From what I remember, I think he did a good job. I think there was some criticism. I like vaguely recall like a little criticism, but I think that he like addressed it and like tried to took criticism and went, like I think it was a fair event. I think nobody was like super mean, like they had the SJB, or the non-Gamergate people, but there was really only one person there that was pretty much anti-Gamergate, Then you had what was her name? She was so sweet from SJP, who was just so
Lynn Walsh.
knowledgeable. Yeah, who was just so knowledgeable about, ethics and just so polite about it. And then who was the developer who was on
Derek
that
Smart.
side?
I'm interviewing him. I might be interviewing Lynn Walsh. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, Derek. Derek was great. And then Derek, it was kind of like, why is he over there? He's sounds like one of us, like, and all of this stuff, like his whole investigation into that one game that was like a total scam. It was like, he was great, like everybody was great. Like, I remember, I'm pretty sure that a
Star
bunch of
Citizen.
us, yes,
I'm not sure the
that
game was
we,
a scam. They just like went way, 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 way over budget, and
right.
it was delayed by several years. Like I
I feel
think
like there
the
was
game
like they
is
were lying to people about it or something, of like the lack of money or like whatever he was reporting on it. But like we kept in touch with like Derek for a long time because he was just tweeting down the middle but accurate stuff that like helped our side. And he was a lot of fun too. He was funny. And it's just there was so many great people there. So I think, I mean, again, I was part of it, so I don't know how it looked from the outside. I mean, I remember before when I was looking up some of my old stuff just for this interview, like the Reddit thread of like, who is Ashe Schow? Like,
yeah.
like why is she there on this panel? We don't know who she is. And I do remember that at least some people afterwards were like, no, yeah, she was good, that they were like weary of me because you should be, and I'm glad they were, because I wasn't one of the big name people there. Why was I on this panel? But then I think I represented and represented a lot of concerns for people. I hope.
You didn't do too bad. I think most people have a pretty positive impression, or at least most GamerGate people. I don't know about anti-GamerGate people, but a lot of pro
Yeah.
GamerGate people have a pretty positive impression of the first panel, the morning panel, um, and the afternoon panel. Well, a lot of people I've talked to aren't super impressed by that, but that is maybe mostly because Milo was there, and then also the bomb threats and stuff like that.
Yeah, because I don't even remember a whole lot about that panel because of the bomb threat. I do remember that I had in the first panel had connected the GamerGate to that Rolling Stone article that had come out just a few, in late 2014, claiming some giant gang rape at UVA, and it turned out to be completely false. And I do remember the second panel, like Kathy Young and Christina Hoff Sommers both brought up the Rolling Stone thing, and I'm like, and I know they both like had planned to say that, and it was like I kind of stole that from them in the first panel. So then by the time it was the third panel, it was like, okay, why is this getting mentioned so many times? And I also think that like no one on the third panel was really a gamer. None of that, like they didn't play video games,
Yeah. Well, the second panel, I think what corrects. So the first panel was about the games, well, ethics in games journalism and like the issues there, which you covered. But the second one, I believe the theme of the panel was supposed to be, let's talk about how the media covered Gamergate and how they could do better,
Right.
which is like why it was those three people who don't even play games, or I don't know, maybe they
Right.
play games occasionally, I don't know, but like
Well,
they
like the
obviously
thing
aren't
of
passionate about it.
well, I mean, I know for Christina Hoff Sommers, because she is a friend of mine, and Kathy Young was a friend of mine. That Christina Hoff Sommers, like, I mean, she had made the factual feminist video, like, kind of debunking this anti-gamer thing, right? So that's why she was there. Was in the same vein as me, as like, you know, they say these things about men. It's not true. And Christina was very good about that kind of stuff and having facts and statistics to back it up. And Kathy covered a lot of Gamergate, right?
Yeah,
Well,
she
she,
did.
I
She
mean,
she wrote
the
some.
campus stuff.
I've only
She
read
wrote
one of her
some,
articles, I think, but on it. But she did a pretty good job from what I read.
right, right. I mean, like, no, they had rights to be there. I'm not saying that. I'm just only saying that, like, they didn't actually play games.
Why do you think the media didn't cover, for the most part, SBJ Airplay?
Why would they? If it could, if there was even a chance that it might break their narrative, they don't want any part of it. They don't want to cover it. And they had deemed essentially gamers Nazis. So why would they want to go cover a Nazi rally that they couldn't, you know, directly tie to somebody, right? Like the Charlottesville thing they could tie to Trump, right? But Airplay happened under Obama, so they couldn't really like tie that in the same way, or they didn't think to do that. But yeah, because it also involved like ethics in games journalism and discussing ethics. Well, they're not going to cover that and then have themselves called out, you know? They're not going to cover something that's bad for them.
JT Vega asks, what were they talking about in the third panel? I assume you were meaning the second panel.
Second panel. Yeah, second panel. Sorry. Did I
Unless you
say third
count,
panel? Three people of the second panel.
unless like you could count, I guess, like the carport area that you guys went to discuss it after. Maybe that's a third panel.
That would have been a middle panel, kind of. I don't know. But yeah, I meant second panel. I'm sorry. You see, again, 8 years. My brain.
And strangely, the one of the few places that even covered GamerGate was Polygon, and they actually did like covered Airplay, I should say, was Polygon, and they actually did like a pretty good job. Oh, and good. In fact, they covered it so neutrally that even the anti-GamerGate people were super pissed off that they were giving any legitimacy at all to GamerGate.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. And I bet Game Journos Pro was like, do not cover this, do not legitimize it. You know, like I wouldn't put it past whether or not it was discussed there or just in newsrooms of like, do not legitimize this, right? So that they could could continue their narrative of gamers bad and that they're just awful, misogynist, racist, and they don't have a single good point to make.
So I'm not sure how much about this you remember, and I think we talked a little bit about it off air, so maybe not much. But there were other GamerGate events too, and panels like the one at South by Southwest that you wrote an article about, two articles about actually. And then I also hosted two panels myself, one at Arch Anime and one at NatsuCon. Do you have any thoughts on? Oh, well, first off, have you seen the Save Point panel or my two panels?
No,
Okay.
sorry.
Oh, we can skip that
I
then.
never heard of them until this very moment. And to be honest, like I went back and found that article because I remember I wrote it was a two-part article. It was one article and they didn't want things over 500 words, so they just cut it into two. And I didn't even remember what it was about, but it was about the South by Southwest situation. So yeah, that's my memory. Is I remember Airplay because it was so much fun and the people were so great. And then a whole lot of specifics I don't remember.
Some people believed that GamerGate should have ended after SPJ Airplay. Were you aware of that conversation that was happening in the background in private? Well, and also a little bit in public.
I may have heard some of that, but I don't understand it because it's not like Airplay solved anything. Like it gave gamers that voice to be like, these are our concerns in, you know, a very measured, not online way, right? Where emotions are in check and everything. But it's not like any, I mean, again, we just pointed out the games journalists didn't cover it. So it was like didn't vow to reform. There wasn't any move to, hey, we did something wrong. Like I don't know why Airplay would be the end of it when nothing was accomplished.
Yeah, there were many like schools of thought, but there was so much happening in GamerGate at that time. Like some people only cared about the ethics stuff, and they're like, okay, well, we got the SPJ to admit that there were ethical violations, that the games journalism did have a lot of corruption issues, so we can move on to other stuff now. Other people wanted to take Gamergate in like different directions. Like some people wanted to be like culture warriors with it a little bit. Some people wanted to focus more on like artistic freedom and the localization of games. Some people wanted to take on like industry issues, like we were seeing a lot of anti-consumer practices from publishers and developers even of games. It's like there were people wanting to go like different directions, and so there were like so many different like people moving in different directions that there was like so many different reasons that the small group of people that did want to end Gamergate, mostly like internet celebrity people, that they had like varied reasons. It wasn't like just one solid like here's the reason why.
But as we've been discussing this whole time, like Gamergate itself already had several factions within it as the issues, you know. So I mean the false accusations, the representation in media and the ethics in media, you know, they were kind of three separate issues already. So the fact that people then gravitated toward one issue or another, you know, doesn't surprise me. And you know, you get more niche, but you might be able to make more of a difference than having everything in this big amalgamous like Gamergate header.
Yeah, and it also at the time too, you had GG Revolt like just sort of started up mostly like right before Airplay, and they were there was a perception some people had that these guys were like legit actual bad actors, and that perception probably isn't like too far off actually, um, and that they wanted to like distance themselves from it, like hey, like let's just end Gamergate that way. These GG Revolt people don't end up like doing actual bad stuff in our name, too.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, like I wasn't. I think some people from GG Revolt may have reached out to me, but I'm not 100% sure. Again, 8 years ago, I don't quite remember, so I don't remember that part of it. I think for me, after Airplay, I was definitely more probably tweeting a whole lot more about Gamergate. Wasn't really able to write articles, but was definitely like, you know, sharing things and retweeting people and interacting with the friends that I made. I mean, you know, for the longest time, I mean, there would be times when, you know, a couple times, you know, when I'd stream and some of the people would be on and we would just be having fun talking with the chat. You know, there was the time that Oliver and I played Don't Starve together as like a little joint stream, and I had fun. I had never played the game before, so I was terrible at it. So it was basically not Don't Starve together, it was try to get Ashe back to life nonstop for poor Oliver. He had to do everything himself and then also try to collect the items to try and bring me back to life because I would just die because I had no practice, right? But I mean, and for me, the campus stuff was so strong still. You know, 2014, 2015 was really, really bad for campus, for just the treatment of men really everywhere, you know? So I was just kind of in my own world with that, you know? And then I had some tragedies, you know, in my life, like in 2016. And so, you know, things, you know, Gamergate got more and more distance from me, but I've never forgotten, like, you know, the people, the friends that I made along the way. But also just like the acceptance. Again, there was a distrust of me coming out of nowhere to be at Airplay. But then I don't really remember getting anything of like, you sucked and you should never have been there, you know, that there was just like, you did great, you know, and people talking to me afterwards and just talking about games and having fun.
What parts of Gamergate did you care about? Like, did you, or well, I guess I'll just leave it open ended. What parts of Gamergate were you interested in?
I mean, honestly, really, it was the false accusations that, you know, were basically a prelude to Me Too. You know, the Cards Against Humanity, the idea that like we can just trash these men and destroy their careers, and then that elevates us as women, you know. Now suddenly we have a career and we're untouchable, right? Like people have to buy our games or else they're a misogynist, and people have to like our games or else they're a misogynist, and we have to be, you know, given these positions and get hired, and we get constant media attention and praise and just the elevation. And also because I wasn't just writing about campus sexual assault, I was also just debunking like a whole lot of feminist myths, right? Like the gender wage gap and stuff like that. So it also, for me, it was another myth that the gamer is a misogynist, racist loser, right? And so that aspect of, you know, proving that false. And so I remember, and I don't know if you were going to ask about it, but the whole not your shield thing, which again, I was never really big in anything, but I could have fallen under that banner, right? Of like, I'm a woman in games, you know, like, don't tell me I'm a victim of something I'm not.
Do you want to talk about the conversation within GamerGate about whether or not GamerGate as a movement should have taken on industry practices from publishers that they disagreed with or that they thought were predatory towards consumers or misleading?
Not really. I wasn't really a part of that and didn't really see much of it. So I don't know I wouldn't know what to say to that.
All right. And then I have a section on email campaigns, but I think you said that you're not super familiar with that either.
Yeah, I was that the thing about you know, trying to get advertisers to leave.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm familiar with that just from being in conservative media, because I mean, obviously the left does that to conservative content creators by saying, hey, you know, reaching out to advertisers and saying, hey, this person said this on their podcast. Do you agree with that? Should you advertise that and lose advertisement, you know? Which, if it were done for like legitimate reasons and not just, I don't like what that person had to say, so I'm going to do this, then, you know, that would be a form of protest, right? Like a boycott or something. But it's used literally because you don't agree with somebody politically, not because they sat out there spewing Nazi hate or something, like literally calling for the death of people. You know, like maybe something like that, I could support a campaign. Like, yeah, maybe this person shouldn't be allowed to have a space where they can literally call for death on other human beings. But most of what we see is always, we don't like what you're saying. And so you really like the mean spirited part of that. I understand part of what it was for Gamergate, which was like, these media outlets are very unethical and, you know, maybe you shouldn't advertise with something that is breaking journalistic ethics when that is what their jobs are. They're supposed to be ethical. And again, like it's a fine protest, but my thing I told you earlier was to just try to click on the articles that were actually good and worthy, to try and some sort of train, you know, like you're going to train them from the outside of like, well, I clicked on this article. Hopefully more people will click on this article. And then you'll see this is a type of article that should be read, which is never going to work because people are always going to click on the hate click articles.
Yeah, my position back then and today is that if you're contacting advertisers over ethical breaches, I think that's fine, but not over opinions that you disagree with.
Right. Yeah, I would probably agree.
Were you
But that's
involved?
not what
Go ahead.
happens.
Were you involved in the artistic freedom side of Gamergate?
Mm, probably not, but explain that. Is that like, you know, games are an art form?
Um, I guess you would define it as games are, at least to some extent, artistic works, and therefore there should be a very large, perhaps infinite, overton window of what is tolerated or allowed within the gaming media or within games themselves.
Hmm. I mean, I wasn't part of that movement, but I get it.
What do you think of the argument? Oh, sorry. What do you think of arguments about video games causing or reinforcing real-world sexist attitudes?
It's bullshit. Same thing with the Jack Thompson of like video games cause violence. Like it's absolute. I think that was what Christina Hoff Sommers like talked about. There's literally no evidence for this stuff. There isn't. They're saying, oh, there was like, you know, Twitter and Gamergate itself was the evidence, but it was like, it wasn't, because it wasn't what the media wrote about it. You know, like gamers aren't terrible people. I know gamers. I've always known gamers, and I know a lot of gamers. You know, like there's never been, you know, like there's some jerks out there, but they're not jerks because they're gamers. And that was the argument for like the violent video games. Millions of people play Rockstar games. those people aren't out committing crimes. Maybe a couple do. But did they do it because of that game or because they were bad people ahead of time and they played that game along with millions of other people? So, yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Well, wouldn't they argue? Well, actually, let's just run through this rabbit hole a little bit. Um, do you think that artistic works can influence the way that people think about things?
Yeah.
Do
I
you think?
mean, like, haven't you ever watched a movie and there's just been some philosophical point brought up and it's just kind of made you think for the rest of your life about things?
Sure. I'm not much
Right.
about movies specifically for me.
Movies, comics,
Yeah,
game, like
artistic works. Yeah.
there's a theme somewhere in it that just resonates with you and you think about it. Like for me, very oddly, the movie The Prestige, when they have the old man who is the frail old man who is the magician in the beginning, and it's like, oh, he looks so frail, how can he do this? I'm really strong and I can't do this. And they say, oh, he just lives that life, right? Like he in public, he is that frail old man to keep up the illusion, right? And that like has just stuck with me of like how many celebrities, people in Hollywood like are living that way, that are like their whole lives, what we see of them, of their personality, of everything is all just to keep that illusion going. I mean, like that's just a small dumb example.
Well, if media and art can influence the way people think about things, why couldn't it influence them to become more sexist?
If that was the point of it, but that's not the point of any games. Like they're not trying to do that. Why couldn't they? I mean, someone can take something from them, but it's not the artist's fault that someone took it in a negative way.
Well, if there is like this death of the author to some extent, and people can take away messages that are unintended from certain works, some of those messages could be bad, right?
Sure, but again, what do you want to do about it? You want to like tell people what they can and can't make as far as art in order because somebody somewhere out there might take a bad message from it?
I mean, essentially, yes, right? They would say that not the government necessarily, but that game developers have a social responsibility to not send like bad, harmful messages in their games.
Well, okay. I mean, like that is one of those arguments that always irritates me because real life has tons of bad things in it that you can't just stop. Because if you were going to do that with video games, then you would have to take on movies, you would have to take on reporting of crimes, right? You would have to, I mean, again, like war would just be disallowed and literally no one could ever hear about anything bad because then they might take the wrong message from it, like you can't police these things. You can't just make the world this pristine place. Like people have to live and experience bad things. Like there's just no way to avoid it. And to toughen people up so they don't go around just constantly like a bad thing happens and they're just, I'm a victim.
Right. I do think that most of the people making these arguments about games being sexist or causing sexism rather, that they probably would bite the bullet and say that yes, we should also movie makers also have a social responsibility. People who write about crime have a social responsibility in the way they promote things, and that like
Yeah.
you can improve society in their view by reducing the
Banning more and more
messages. Well,
things.
they wouldn't say
Yeah.
ban most of them. Most of them wouldn't call for the government directly. They would just call for like there being a social consciousness of the developer that
Yeah.
in a social consciousness probably that agrees with them and their
Yeah,
worldviews.
well, we've also seen that kind of happen, and look how terrible those movies are, the ones that include like these woke messages because they're just these ham-fisted annoyances just stuffed into movies unnecessarily. Um, yeah, and you call it a social conscience, but people don't like to be like hit over the head with you should believe this, you should think this, and yet that's what ends up happening.
What did you think of attempts to link violence to video games in the past and attempts to censor video games in the past from like the 80s, 90s, 2000s?
I literally saw no difference. I mean, I think there was like at least one time where I tweeted out Anita Sarkeesian and saying like, Jack Thompson, is that you? Because there's literally no difference. The lack of evidence, but you would have maybe a study here or there that you could completely take apart. A study that was just, a survey of people. Have you ever experienced this? Well, a lot of people are going to say something whether they really have or not, or they're going to exaggerate, and you elevate that study to make it seem, like you got these studies claiming that hate has risen on Twitter since Elon Musk took over, and they're complete bullshit studies, right? So it was the same thing. You had bullshit studies. You've got these people out here that are, making it their shtick to claim this stuff exists, and they're of the right persuasion, right? They're dissing the right people, so they get elevated.
Do you recall controversies like Change the Cover or the Pillars of Eternity controversy or anything like that?
No, it was. I mean, you mentioned change the cover. Kind of was that it was something like what? Like, was it about more representation or what?
No, it was about the Batgirl variant cover. So one of the Batgirl comic books had an alternative cover that was
Mm-hmm.
referencing the Killing Joke, and
Mm.
that upset some people on social media because they thought that the Killing Joke was a poor representation of Batgirl's character, and that they should change the cover as a result of this, and that
I do.
possibly the Killing Joke. There's a scene in the comic book, not this comic book, but the comic book that's being referenced, the Killing Joke
The
comic.
Killing Joke. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah, I know it. I read it.
implies okay, that might imply that Joker might have sexually assaulted Batgirl.
Right. Yeah, that was something what I do vaguely recall that. I think saying something that like the reference is, to one to draw out emotion, but two because it is a really well-known instance of Batgirl's character, Like the Killing Joke is one of the most famous Batman comics. So, yeah, it's one of those things I always get irritated for when people are like, well, why are you mentioning this character that this actor played and not all of this other great work they did? And it's like, because that's what they're most known for.
Where do you think the lines are between criticism and advocacy of censorship?
When you advocate for censorship, that's usually the line. Like, criticism usually doesn't call for censorship. Criticism is usually like, I wish you would change these things. But I think you would have to define it. Was there an example in Gamergate? Are you trying to say Gamergaters were calling for censorship, or the anti-Gamergaters were calling for censorship?
Well, depending on who you ask, someone could say either or both. But it's I leave it more open ended because like most of the people I interview were like more like on the in the trenches like every single day doing this stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
like they're more familiar with like all of the various controversies like Change the Cover, Pillars of Eternity, Lionhead Studios, things like that. But we don't have to like dive
What was
super
the
deep into that
controversy with
stuff.
Lionhead? I just know that they went out and Fable was one of my favorite games.
It was regarding actually Fable. So they tweeted out for National Cleavage Day. They tweeted out assets from their game of this big-breasted barmaid woman, and I'm sure you know what Twitter did next.
Of course. Yeah, but I miss Fable. If that's part of the reason, I mean, I read the big long article about why Lion's Head like went down, but I'm sad if that contributed to it because the Fable series was one of my favorite series.
So what do you think of when publishers localize games from, say, Japan or other countries and they remove content or they alter content?
Well, I don't like that. I definitely don't like that because when you're removing that stuff, you kind of tend to lose some context and some information that might help you to know characters. Um, and you're also that's a way of censoring, the creators. Um, I don't like it. I assume it happens a lot more in Europe than America. Um, but I mean, I don't like this idea of like, yeah, we'll release your art to our people, but we're gonna take some things out. Let people experience like the vision as the creators had it.
Some critics of Gamergate have argued that the movement was mostly or entirely right wing. Do you think that was accurate?
Well, that's another thing that like the media loves to do. They have their narrative, and so anyone that goes against that narrative is labeled right wing. Like you see it now, it's just like literally anyone who goes against like the preferred leftist narrative is labeled right wing. Middle of the road Republican Congress people, right wing, as soon as they say anything that's like not what the left wants them to say. Like it was really ridiculous. And same thing with Gamergate. I mean, I think part of it was that there's a lot of conservatives who are like, hey, yeah, this happens in games journalism. This happens in political journalism as well. Like, and I know there were gamers that ended up seeing that, but, and so some of them might go to the right. Maybe there was a bunch who did end up supporting Trump. But as far as Gamergate itself just being a right wing movement was not. It's just like you're also trying to think that like so many like it, because the stereotype of the Republican Party would always be that it's like old white men. Well, you think those old white men are playing video games? Like the age group that's playing video games is the age group of like the Democrat Party. So it was kind of one of those weird claims that was just the media just it'll latch on to anything in order to make, because the media has done such a great job of saying people on the right are horrible, racist, misogynists. Gamers are horrible, racist, misogynists. Therefore, they're also in that group, and we hate that group. And therefore, we never have to take that group seriously. We can write whatever we want about that group, and if any of them ever speak out, we'll destroy them.
You mentioned that some Gamergate people might have voted for Trump, but now obviously like half the
We can't.
country voted for Trump. So like
Exactly.
that's a large group of people who voted for Trump in the world.
Right. So a bunch of
But
Gamergate people probably didn't vote for him.
but it's often argued by critics of the movement that Gamergate either inspired Trump or like inspired the phenomenon that led to Trump, or that they mostly supported Trump, or that they caused Trump to win the election. Like, what do you think of those claims that are made?
I mean, it's again a lot of like gamers were also meme peoples, memers. Again, my people, the people that just make dumb, weird jokes. And so Trump understood that type of humor, and the left doesn't. There's like this joke amongst the right that the left can't meme. Um, and that was pretty true. And I don't even think like a lot of gamers were necessarily right or left, but they were good at making memes. As far as following Trump, I mean, Trump shared some memes and he got it. He was, I mean, not just, I mean, he was a celebrity, he was a pop culture figure. So he understood pop culture. Memes are part of pop culture. So, just seeing someone who kind of gets your sense of humor, whether he really did or not, because like he kind of is a dorky guy, but in large respects, he's not very similar to a lot of the people who saw themselves in him. So yeah, I mean, I couldn't say that most of the movement followed him or that the movement led to him or anything. If anything, it's the distrust of the media was really brought to light by Gamergate and led to distrust of other types of media, and opened a lot of people's eyes to the way the media operates and the way that the media is biased. And so seeing that and then seeing the ridiculous lengths that the media went to like protect Hillary Clinton versus trash Trump, could definitely lead someone to see political journalism as just like the games journalism, where, they're not telling me the truth. But as far as like the movement specifically, because again, the age groups of who voted for Trump, mostly not exactly the Gamergate age.
Do you want to talk about your political views or philosophy?
Not really.
Yeah, we can skip that. I don't want to get you in trouble or anything.
Yeah.
Not that I think like you would say anything bad, but like you're a
I mean,
professional
I
person.
feel like most of my answers tonight have been like really rambling, and that at some point I've forgotten what the question was, so I just kind of kept going. So I don't know how much useful information you're actually getting out of this.
Oh, that's totally fine.
And I don't know, because like someone can always find something negative. Like she said this, and whether it's taken out of context or whether I said it, but it came out completely wrong. I'm like terrified of what people who are watching this are just going to be like, oh my gosh, she said this. She's not a Gamergate. Like she's not on our side, and it's like, no, I am. I swear. I'm speaking off the cuff, so I don't formulate my answers very well.
Most likely, not a whole lot of people are going to be paying attention to this until the book comes out anyway. So,
Okay, but then the book, I don't know what you're going to quote me on.
well, I'm going to have like the whole interview basically.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing with everybody's, or well, I
Yeah.
plan on doing with everybody's.
But then my sarcasm and my them voice isn't going to come out in transcript, so it's going to make it seem like I'm calling gamers
Well, I
misogynist, ruthless losers, rather than that's what they say, and I'm using a different voice.
yeah, I'm gonna be. I'm not really sure how I'm gonna handle like the different like tonalities and like the different things being
Yeah.
conveyed by that yet. I think I'm going to try to put like parenthesis sarcastic or something, but I don't know yet how that's gonna like
Right.
work out in
Or,
practice.
speaking, yeah, figuring that one out. That's something that I learned through some Japanese translations, that other languages are better at that in print, where they'll have specific words that kind of show that you're being facetious as you're saying it, something English doesn't have.
Have your politics changed since Gamergate or due to Gamergate?
No, I mean, I was for due process and against feminist hatred of men prior to Gamergate. That's why I was invited into Gamergate, and I'm still on that.
Are you okay with gaming sites criticizing games through a political or religious lens, such as a Marxist, feminist, Christian, or other lens?
I mean, they're going to do that. I find it very annoying, but I'm not going to tell people what they can and can't write. But I think it's stupid because they have to shoehorn things in to fit their political views, and they always want to make it look, this is bad, this is bad. Whereas the people that are usually playing these things and really paying attention don't see these things and aren't taking away those messages. I mean, it's kind of hard to sit there and be like, oh, through a Marxist lens, when it's like, I mean, you're working at a capitalist company reviewing something made by capitalism, living in a so, the whole Marxist thing is always, and you're probably writing this on your MacBook, so, always falls flat. But the race and gender stuff is to me just always so, it's attention seeking. And usually, because I see it when they write about characters that I know, and Final Fantasy VII has gotten a lot of this, both from, claiming it's misogynist and attacking Tifa, which I will defend with my life, to attacking Barrett for being some sort of stereotypical angry black man, when, these characters have really rich backstories and explanations for the way they are. And they all talk about like Barrett being some angry black man stereotype who's like swearing all the time. It's like Sid was angrier and swore way more than Barrett, and he's a white guy. So, it was always like these people weren't really playing the games. They were playing just enough to where they could like pick out a character and say, this about them without actually playing the game enough to know anything about that character, anything about the game and the story and background. And that's what always annoyed me because it was like, oh, well, he does this. And I could point out, and I've done that online. Like I've done it on Twitter. I probably have a thread out there about Barrett because I had played the game through and I was like, yeah, he doesn't swear as much as Sid. He's not like always angry. He is in the beginning, but he calms down and he's a loving father. Like he's not some racist stereotype. Like he's another character just like everybody else. And nobody in that, like it just bothers me when they do these things. And leave and ignore so much in order to make their little points that they want to make.
Do you think there can be any value in analyzing or criticizing works of art through a political lens?
There's value to the people that like that stuff. Sure. I mean, you think about college college classes that like analyze literature, just any kind of literature, and not even through a political lens, but then you can analyze it through a political lens, and it might bring up some interesting thought experiments, discussion. So there is kind of that value, but overall, like I don't think it's done in such a way where value is the desire. It's hate clicks. It's showing, look at I made all of these people mad, and like that's what it's all about. So that I don't see value.
What do you think of the framing of GamerGate as the quote unquote first battle of the culture war?
Yeah, I remember that in the list of questions. I don't know if it is. I don't honestly know if it is, or if there was some example I can't think of before. If honestly the Jack Thompson video games caused violence was more of the first, battle of the culture war, or anything like that. So of the current culture war, possibly. It's definitely one of the most influentials. People still send the articles pointing out that like the media still likes to compare everything to Gamergate, right? Like it's the meme of the dominoes, and it's always Gamergate leads to some ridiculous thing because they're always like how Gamergate led to Trump, how Gamergate led to the government shutdown. Like it's always like this really ridiculous step. Like it's somehow like Gamergate is the cause of literally everything that the leftist media doesn't like. Because you do see these articles, like I'm pretty sure you can go Google like how Gamergate caused blank, and they still write these things. Like it's always just like they never got over Gamergate. Like they never like a lot of people have like moved on to other things or don't like talk about it, at least in the same terms we did back in 2014 and 2015. But these media outlets, they're just because, again, Gamergate was something that was branded as a hate movement. And therefore, anytime there's something they don't like, they'll point to this thing we designated as a hate movement and this thing we don't like, which means this thing we don't like is also a hate movement. I mean, like, that's the tactic.
Yeah, one thing I've learned doing this project is that a lot of people have moved on, but there's also a ton of people out there on both sides who are like still completely obsessed with this stuff.
I
It's
mean,
kind of like
for
interesting to see.
for me, like the broad narrative is for me, but when people start getting into like real nuts and bolts of like tech things that I don't even understand, like I get lost because like I think of myself as someone who's like pretty good with technology and pretty knowledgeable, but man, people with computer science degrees and any knowledge thereof, like my brother, I don't understand. I have no idea what they're talking about. And I mean, I'm pretty decent with technology, but look how long it took me to figure out how to just get onto Discord on my computer because I only use it on my phone, or how to do the do not disturb on this desktop, like I'm still not that great. So there are a lot of things that are going to have to deal with like operating systems and like very technical like coding things I'm not going to get.
What do you think of the framing of Gamergate or the reaction to it as being a moral panic?
Oh yeah, I totally would put it in line with that. I mean, moral panics. What did I have a whole article on it? And actually, funny story. I had been thinking of writing an article called Five Signs You're in the Midst of a Moral Panic since sometime in like 2014. I came up with the title and I was like, I need to find 5 signs. And I had several of them. And so there goes my cat. That's Sharkfin. He's a new kitten. Anybody who's watching this that does remember any of my Twitch streams or anything of me back in 2014, 2015, and I was constantly talking about my cats, Charlie and Shadow, both of them are gone now. So I have 3 new cats. Sharkfin, he's one of the new kittens. I've had him for about a month and a half. He just walked by. And Lily's over there staring at me. But sorry, what were we talking about?
Gamergate or the reaction to it being a moral panic.
Yeah. So I had this idea to write this 5 signs you're in the midst of a moral panic, and I knew the first 2 signs were going to be, the bogus studies that are used to prove the point, and then due process goes right out the window, right? And then I was looking for some of the other signs, and on the plane down to Miami, Christina Hoff Sommers was on the same flight. So she actually moved up so she could sit next to me. So we talked on the flight down, and I brought up this article and like asked her for some ideas on it. So, I ended up like reaching out again to remind her because of course, Gamergate, you forget everything. And, she had emailed me some ideas for some of the other signs. So, yeah. So if you go through the signs, like you can find in Gamergate, like, what exactly happened. I can bring up the article and I can
Oh, did you
tell
actually
you
write it?
what.
The 5 signs?
I did. I actually wrote it in 2018. It took me forever. It's mostly about the campus sexual assault and the satanic ritual abuse. So yeah, due process goes out the window. I mean, look what happened with Gamergate. I mean, like, again, any man that was accused of ever just being mean to a woman, right, had his life destroyed. The truth didn't matter. Due process didn't matter. Brad Wardell, like these situations. You also had just Gamergaters themselves, right, were just accused of so many terrible things, and there was never any effort to like, actually prove this. It was just all gamers are terrible when we all know it wasn't. Believe the victim, of course. All of the women claiming to be victims, claiming to have been just constantly harassed sexually or, just everything, had to believe them. And they were elevated and made famous for their claims of victimhood. You also have the misleading and faulty statistics. That was something that, Christina Hoff Sommers had gone against, this whole idea that games cause misogyny, and there might have been studies and like all of the studies claiming mass harassment and everything like that, all misleading, all faulty. Evidence schmevidence, right? Like anything that gamers put forth, saying that, here's our evidence that you have done something wrong, and it was just, nope, you're a terrible person, we don't have to listen to you. And then finally, pseudoscientific theories. Well, that one's really about memory, but you get the idea. It's largely like it was a moral panic. I mean, it absolutely was. This idea that gamers were awful, and so we basically need to do something.
What do you think of the framing of Gamergate as a battle between those who believed in Enlightenment liberal values and those who don't?
I mean, to an extent, I don't know if anybody like, I'm sorry, cats are going crazy all over this room. Um, to an extent, I don't think anybody literally put it in terms like that, but yeah, the basic fundamental of truth, justice, due process, things like that, and ethics, acting ethical, these things, yeah, you could, and those who don't. And you can see that battle in so very, very many of the issues today. And depending on what side you're on, that person will claim that their side is the good side. But when you look at like some of these actual principles, like the left is very, very off on these things.
Yeah, that question's been like reworded like multiple times, and I'm still not happy with the wording at all. Like it's not a good.
I think if you explained, okay, so what was the first part of it?
What do you think of the framing of Gamergate as a battle between those who believe in Enlightenment liberal values and those who don't?
Okay,
So,
well then I should have asked, please explain to me enlightened liberal values,
yeah.
right? Because otherwise it's too open-ended. You think that means something very specific, but it can mean different things to different people. So I kept it kind of vague as these like the classical liberal that believes in due process, things that liberals today don't necessarily still agree with,
Well,
right?
some
Like
some
the
liberals
free
don't
speech
agree
and
with.
stuff like
Well, actually, some
some,
progressives,
right,
I
yeah,
guess,
the
don't agree with.
classical
I can say.
liberals, but not the progressive wing that dominates today. But yeah, the classical liberal that's still, free speech, free press, due process, these things. Um, yeah, I guess if you would explain to people, I don't know how many more interviews you have. It's already been 30, so I don't know how many more. But yeah, to the next people going forward, maybe explaining what you mean by the enlightened liberal values.
Yeah, I definitely need to like find some better way to reword it. I don't know if like getting like super definitional is going to be good because I want to leave it like pretty open ended too.
Yeah.
But like they're very much like there is this aspect of Gamergate that it very much was like the people who have the more classical liberal impulse, like both left wing and right wing people who had that view, or libertarian people.
Right.
Basically, like people should be able to make whatever games they want to make. People should be able to criticize whatever they want to criticize. People should be ethical in the way they deal with things. There should be freedom of speech, et cetera, et cetera. The very
Yes,
large
all of
Overton
those
window of
things. Yeah.
ideas.
Yes, all of those things. Definitely. Like framing it against people who believe in those things and people who don't. Like I still, as far as framing it, because I don't think anybody who was anti-Gamergate specifically believes they are against those things. Um, even though their tactics were, right? Like the censorship and the way they treated people and whatever. So it's tough to frame things that way because nobody wants to believe they're on the side of being against those values.
I actually don't know. I think a lot of people probably would say that they don't believe in traditional understandings of free speech or pluralism.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you might. Yeah, I mean, definitely like on college campuses, you have people that are very specifically like, you know, well, because they just call everything they disagree with violence, and therefore you can get it banned. It's literal violence, words that are literal violence. So, yeah, I guess they would definitely. But then, when I mean, you saw that again on college campuses where, like, if you said anything that was against the liberal narrative, then your free speech rights were taken away. But now colleges are calling for free speech rights for all the people that are reciting Hamas lines about, murdering Jews. That's now free speech to protect that. Suddenly free speech is back in style. Not
Did
that
you?
that had anything to do with GamerGate,
No,
but
you're fine. You're
it's that,
fine.
it's that
I let
same
people
kind
go
of
wherever
thing.
they want to go, pretty much.
Yeah, it's
So,
that same kind of thing where it was like free speech for me, but not for thee, is essentially, what an issue with Gamergate, an issue with so many things today. So even framing Gamergate in that way as the classical liberal values of free speech is that like it comes and goes depending on what the person espousing these ideas wants at that moment.
did you interact with any anti-Gamergate people?
Maybe, maybe. Because there have been times for me personally where people that I would say were adversaries, whether they know I exist or not, like the feminist reporters, right? Like the worst of the feminist reporters. If I would see them like on Twitter tweeting about something that wasn't political at all, then I would chime in and like, if they were making a joke, then I would like add on to it, right? And then just try to like be a real person, and see them as a real person outside of, their misandrist persona. um yeah, I mean, like I had even, you know uh DM'd with, a big name like feminist reporter once because there was a story that I kind of had that was like, why don't you go after, this? But I don't think she ever did. But it was like, I don't know. I always, with a lot of people, tried to at least maybe see some humanity in them outside of the online persona. Um, so every once in a while, maybe I was able to interact with someone if I could see them being a real person, if they broke that mask briefly, but many don't,
Did
Anita
you?
Sarkeesian was like, just it was just nonstop with her, right? But there was the whole thing about Link and Linkle, right? Where she was just like, oh, we need a female Link in all of this. And then they made a female Link and she was like, no, like this is horrible. They're just creating a female version of this male. And it was like, you don't actually want any of the things you say you want. You just want to complain.
Did you change any? Did you ever change anyone's mind on Gamergate?
I don't think I changed anybody's mind. I think that I informed people about what it was, when they may not have known, or they only knew tangentially what the media was saying, which was like this was just a hate movement of racist, misogynist men. And that I might have said, no, actually, it's not. Here are the things, which is the same thing that I would always have to do with campus sexual assault. And most people are receptive to that kind of stuff, like most people, like they don't know a whole bunch. Like when you give them some of this context, it's like, what? Like I can't tell you how many people throughout the years who had no idea what was going on the college campuses, and just to open their eyes that like, yeah, there's all of these women that are making these false accusations, but the schools are against the men, and like here's some of those false accusations. You point these things out to people, and you know it's not necessarily changing their mind about something, it's just opening their mind and making them aware of something that they may not have known before.
And I guess we kind of already touched upon this. I normally ask people if they've made any friends on if they're friends with anyone on the other side. But are you friends with anyone who's anti-Gamergate?
Not that I know of. There was a time back when I was writing another publication. Somebody wrote something that was like kind of anti-Gamergate, and I like reached out to my editor multiple times. I was very angry about it. Um, and I never reached out to that person. I was just with the editor, was just like, can we like temper this, or like can we have some edits in here that like, he putting out real information. But that guy and I like interact on Twitter. Um, I don't think he ever knows anything about all of this. Um, but he's not out there being like anti Gamergate or anything like that, like he'll just make a joke on some of my tweets. So it's not even like a friendship or like in anything. It's just like the closest example I really have to that.
All right. So how could the GamerGate conversation have been more productive?
There was no way. There was no way because the media didn't want to hear, it didn't want to acknowledge its own problems, didn't want to accept that it had any issues, that it had done anything wrong, and it wanted to stick to this narrative that gamers are evil, racist, misogynist. So there was literally nothing that anyone could have done to make it a more productive conversation, because even if it was literally just diplomatic people trying to have this discussion, it was like, one, that could never happen. People have emotions on both sides. And two, there's going to be grifters on both sides, right? Taking advantage of these things. But and the media was just going to pick out the examples that they wanted to paint this entire group as horrible people because they didn't want to change. So there was literally nothing different that Gamergate could have done, because you see people who do the same thing that Gamergate did and it have a very different reaction. Me Too, right? So again, a very online movement, very accepted movement, because it was saying something that the media liked. Whereas Gamergate was not saying something that the media liked, and therefore it had to be a terrible movement to be discredited.
Yeah, I know you've already talked about Not Your Shield, but is there anything else you want to say about that?
No, because sometimes it confused me, honestly. Like sometimes it would be like, okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't really have anything more to say about it. I don't think I was like very big into it, you know.
Several websites censored discussion about Gamergate. Why do you think that is?
Again, they didn't want any good points to be made. And also, it could be very, very heated. A lot of organizations just turn off comments to begin with because people on the internet, whether you were pro Gamergate or anti Gamergate, being on the internet, a lot of people do tend to say things they wouldn't say in real life. So there could be, a lot of very angry responses one way or the other. And yeah, so just shutting down any conversation takes that away, but it also allowed the outlets to basically claim that it was because gamers were terrible that they were doing this, when it wasn't necessarily gamers doing anything wrong.
All right. I hate to ask you to repeat yourself, but why do you think some people claimed that Gamergate was about harassment or hating women?
If that's the easy narrative, it's so easy. It's just, these are men, these are virgins living in their mother's basement, blah blah blah, all the terrible things that they want to make up, because there's a whole movement. I mean, again, with just in like there's a big anti-male movement in this country. They try to say women are victims, and yet women are out there allowed to be saying all of these things and denigrating men and just trashing men, and doing so many things that if a man had done it to a woman, he would be either in jail or just completely his life ruined. Whereas women are completely allowed to do those same things. I mean, that's always been my big issue. I mean, you look at it, the campus sexual assault stuff, you look at it with Gamergate, you look at it with the gender wage gap, you look at it even in movies, right? Men are expendable. Just look at a movie and how many men are just killed in any action movie versus women and children, because you can't hurt them. But men, you just throw tons of bodies. It does not matter. It's just replaceable, right?
What?
So, or the dumb husband trope, or anything like this, or you see in family court where men can't get access to their children because a woman can just like make up an accusation and they don't have to prove it, and then fathers lose their children, and like there's just so many things in this country. Women getting away with crimes, right? Like a woman can molest a child and get a few years in jail or probation, whereas a man doing the same crime would probably get 600 years in jail. Like these very, very big discrepancies between men and women. And so continuing to claim that men are this patriarchal oppressor class was just very appealing and very easy to do in a way for people to make names for themselves and get famous. Because it's, again, you pick on the right group and you can get famous.
Wouldn't feminists counter, at least on like the action movie point, by arguing that there's like this trope of fridging women where female characters will be introduced into like an action movie, let's say, and they'll exist essentially just so that they could be killed off in the beginning to give the or either killed off or like otherwise like largely removed from the plot so that the male character can advance their story arc and have that like really sad moment or whatever in the beginning of the film, and then like that's like the only female representation in the entire movie.
I mean, fine, some movies might have that, but a trope or not, it makes for a good movie because it humanizes the person. John Wick had one too, because you lose the wife and then you also lose the dog, I mean, there you go. People cry over, losing a family member. People cry over losing a pet. Like, get someone's motivation really quick. Like, sure, fine. But that's also a trope that gets talked about. The men being expendable one, not so much. It's only the tropes that affect women, that feminists can point out that get any attention. So that's just yet another thing.
And they're also another thing that you could point to would be like that in the modern era, there is like this like there are people out there who like hold very negative views about men, but there's also groups like the red pill community that seem to hold a lot of negative views about women too.
I wouldn't say that about the red pilled community. I don't know a specific red pilled community that you're talking about, but I mean, like, people behind like the movie, like the red pill
No,
that
no, no,
points
no.
out
Cassie
the
J. No, I'm not
issues.
talking about her. She's cool. All right, I don't have any issue with her at least. I mean more like Andrew Tate or like Fresh and Fit.
Right. Well, Andrew Tate just seems like a terrible person no matter what. Maybe if he watches this now, I'm going to be a target. But like, you just see what he says. And again, I'm pretty sure it's all just for shock and awe and attention and money and whatever. Um, but I mean, people will be monsters just to be famous. And that kind of seems to be his stick.
Are you familiar with the studies about Gamergate and harassment, such as the Women Action Media study or the Newsweek/Brandwatch study?
Yes, so those were those studies. Like, I'd have to go back and look into them, but those are the studies that I've kind of alluded to, where it's like they're bullshit, right? Like they're like the people who had an agenda, who wanted to find the particular women in media, right? Like, obviously, this is a group that wants to find harassment, so they're going to find harassment. They're going to uh, elevate things that aren't harassment into harassment. They're going to downplay things. They're going to question people in such a way to get the responses that they want. And so, yeah, and then the media is going to jump on all these studies as, look, this is proven harassment, when it's like, no, it's actually a bullshit study. And if you look into it even a little bit, you'll see that it completely crumbles.
I kind of so I should send these studies to people before I do the interviews maybe, but I kind of like seeing this hilarious reaction over and over again from some people, a lot of people actually, not just you, because the studies actually show that Gamergate isn't a harassment campaign.
Oh.
Yeah, the Women Action Media study, it's actually got a pretty solid methodology. I feel it's so what they did is they looked at the Randy Harper's block list. Are you the GG auto blocker? Are you familiar with that?
Oh, I remember that. I forgot about Randy Harper too. Yeah. Now I have to remember her.
Well, she made the auto blocker, which uses like an algorithm or whatever to determine who's a member of Gamergate based on how many Gamergate related accounts they follow. So if you follow like a
Right.
bunch of people who support Gamergate, you're going to be added to the list.
Yeah, I
Which
remember that, and how it was like it ensnared so many people that like had nothing to do with Gamergate, and like even the people they followed weren't like I remember it being just like a really dumb thing.
It was a very crude method of doing it, extremely crude. I feel like it was like mostly like if you were to tell me what does Gamergate, if we were going to study Gamergate on Twitter, like what would be a good way to
Hmm.
do this? I think that looking at the auto blocker is actually like a pretty good way to do it. It was a little under 10,000 accounts on the list, and there were some like people who were not even associated with Gamergate on there, and there were some like anti-Gamergate people on there who were like following us because they debated us. But I think for
Right.
the most
That's
part,
the other big problem is that like you don't follow people just because you love them and agree with everything you say. You follow people who say things that you want to see. And that might be, I follow a bunch of accounts for people I don't agree with because I can get outraged at what they say. Or back when I was writing more articles and like I could see what they say and write an article about it, like you keep tabs on people.
yeah, but I feel like for the most part, like insofar as you can get good like data on harassment, I think that's like a pretty good way to like analyze who's a part of Gamergate on Twitter, at least.
Yeah.
Um, then they got access to Twitter's backend data, like the reporting system and all that stuff, and they went through all these accounts, the like 9,600 something accounts, and they found that 65 of them had engaged in harassment according to I don't know if that was reports. I'd have to reread it, but I don't know if it was reports or confirmed cases where Twitter escalated it. But I think it was reports. So 65 of the accounts on the block list over this like month and a half period where they're looking at the data found that only 65 of those almost 10,000 accounts had engaged in harassment. So when the study came out, everybody in GamerGate pretty much was like, was like, oh, only 0.66% of the
Right.
of the accounts associated with the auto blocker had engaged in harassment. Like this pretty low number. Um,
Right.
and like the methodology seems like it's a pretty good way of examining it. Like there weren't that many Gamergate people who didn't end up on that 10,000 list that listed 10,000 people, at least on Twitter specifically.
Mhm.
Though there are some who didn't, like porcelain chips. So I feel like that's a pretty good like argument actually. Um, and the Newsweek study, that's a completely different thing. We don't know that much about all the direct methodology of it. Um, but it also showed that a very small number of Gamergate people looking at the tweets themselves on the hashtag using a sampling of like 1/4 of the tweets. So they looked at 500,000 tweets um, when there were more than 2 million tweets on the hashtag. So they looked at like 1/4 of the tweets that they sampled for the study. Then they used an algorithm to determine whether or not the tweets contained positive or negative sentiment.
Mhm.
And then they looked for whether or not the tweets on the hashtag had mentioned the names of specific people like Zoe Quinn, Brianna Wu, Leigh
Mhm.
Alexander, and Anita Sarkeesian. And they found that out of the 500,000 tweets sampled, only 1.26% of the tweets contained quote unquote negative sentiment towards these four individuals.
I do vaguely recall this, but I remember like just being really surprised that these were published, that these findings that were found, or that these things were published, because this is not how it normally works. Like they would never publish something like that. I mean, I don't think even now, I don't think that that would get published, right? I'm surprised that it did, and I don't think it could be published now, you know.
Well, unfortunately, when the Women Action Media people, to their credit, like they didn't put like a negative framing on this at all. They just presented the data as it was and then left it, which I think is like great. That's how like I mean, I think you can explain the data, but if you're honest about it, which they put the data out there and then they just moved on.
Yeah.
But the Newsweek people, they commissioned the study from Brandwatch and they never released the full methodology. They only released like bits and pieces of it. So we don't know how they even defined negative sentiment, and then or positive sentiment or anything like that. It's just supposedly their algorithm said this, so like it's not really that good data. Um, but Newsweek actually used the most uncharitable framing possible for their article about the study. So they found that because there was higher negative sentiment towards these individuals than positive sentiment, even though the largest volume was actually neutral, that Gamergate is a harassment campaign. That's what they ran with at Newsweek.
Okay, there you go. That doesn't surprise me. All right. That that they didn't find that, but that they framed it the way they wanted to. That is what I talk about with the studies, because the media will do that a lot. They'll frame it one way, but if you look at the study, you will find that it shows something different.
Yeah, it was actually like that's like one of like the most dishonest framings you could possibly use because it was like an extraordinary.
Well, look
It
at
was
other
only
framing. They're
1.26%
always
of the
like that.
tweets, and
Yeah.
they
Well,
also
it's always
argued.
like that.
They also argued too that uh, I think it was like that these four people received more negative sentiment than Nathan Grayson, the Kotaku writer, received negative sentiment.
Yeah. And
Um,
that's not.
but which again, like that's like I think that was actually in the data if I recall. But Nathan Grayson wasn't talking about this stuff on Twitter. He basically shut the fuck up, probably because his boss told him to. And so he just went
Right.
completely silent. Whereas these other people were saying that GamerGate is harassing them and they're making claims that are seemingly not true.
Right. Well, see, that's the thing that I said at the beginning, that I didn't believe a whole lot of these women claiming that they were just getting this constant hate, because I never got it. And I would always have these people coming up to me, and I never thought I was like important enough or famous enough or well known enough to be getting hate. But I would have people that came up to me and felt like I was that and would ask, like, man, you must get so much hate. And I'm like, I really don't. And back at one of my former employers, their address was online, and I used to just get sent flowers and thank you cards from people. So I really never got, like, yes, sometimes a bad email that would just be like, oh, you're awful and stupid and deserve to die or something, like, but it was like very rare. And so when I would always see during Gamergate all of these women, that's like, oh, there's so much hate that I get. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe you got like one email, but it's like, oh, there's so much hate. Like, it just seemed like everybody was exaggerating. And these studies seem to prove that.
What do you think of the GamerGate anti-harassment patrol, if you recall this?
I don't remember that. What was that?
Because of the accusations being made about GamerGate engaging in harassment, a lot of GamerGate people, I don't know the exact numbers, but like I've interviewed like three of them so far, or three or four of the people involved. They decided, well, we have to like we can find some way to like prove this wrong and like deal with any like actual harassment that's happening.
Hmm.
So they would basically make sure that like nobody was sending like mean tweets and stuff, or well, not like criticism is fine, but like death threats and stuff like that
Yeah.
at like Anita Sarkeesian, Zoe Quinn, Brianna Wu, or other people who were anti-GamerGate or critical of
Yeah.
GamerGate or journalists or whatever. Um, and they ended up like actually ended up hunting down this guy in Brazil who was like sending death threats to people. Um, just some random Brazilian guy. He wasn't even like a GamerGate person at all. He was just like a random guy who was sending death threats to Anita Sarkeesian for no reason. Um, then they actually discovered or tracked down like a lot of different like people who were like actually engaging in harassment. Like Atheist, actually, who I'm interviewing. He was a third party troll. He was 14 years old during Gamergate when it started, at least. And him and his friends, they didn't even know what Gamergate was, but they were mad at the social justice warriors, and so they would purposely
Hmm.
like send them like tons and tons of like gory porn photos and like death threats and stuff just to fuck with them. And he was a kid, he doesn't do this anymore. This was just something he did when he was 14 or 15 years old. And he ended up getting stopped by the Gamergate anti-harassment patrol. And by stopped, I mean like he got several of his accounts banned, but then he just kept making new ones because it's Twitter and
Right.
anyone can make any number of accounts they want pretty much.
Right. I don't think you can actually do that anymore. I think that's more of a struggle, but like, yeah. Well, I mean, you have to keep making like new emails or whatever. I think you still can, but it's a bit more difficult if you want to be legit. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't really know much about that. It's kind of funny though.
Do you think most Gamergate people did a good job condemning harassment?
I mean, I didn't really have to see that because I didn't really see the harassment. So I mainly saw people calling out lies about the harassment. So
Yeah, in the
yeah,
specific instances where there was like actual harassment, like Pterodax, for instance, who I'm also interviewing, I mentioned him earlier. In addition to him bribing the kids with Super Smash Bros. Codes, we have archives of this, by the way. I can prove this 100% actually that it
I
happened.
mean, yeah, that's
Um,
fine. I don't remember
but
any of this,
but
so I'm not
he
like
also,
sitting there like,
yeah, yeah, he also sent Brianna Wu a picture of a gun, which like was probably a joke, not like a real threat, but still, obviously, like GamerGate people on Twitter, over 50 GamerGate people on Twitter, mass reported it, um, including one of the people I've interviewed actually, Alan Harris, and then also so did like tons of people on Kotaku and Action too were condemning it as well, of course, just because like he was trying to blame GamerGate
right.
for the picture.
Well, then I would say that Gamergate did a good job of calling out harassment and ending it. One, because they didn't want their movement to have, like, they didn't, that's not what the movement was, despite what the media said. And so they didn't want that in their movement. But it, like, as we know, it didn't matter because they were still branded as a harassment campaign, as this awful campaign, even though it literally wasn't.
The next question is actually I kind of skipped this one over, but we can skip it if you want. But how important was it to you that bad actors were condemned? I guess this, like, if you weren't really familiar with anything.
Yeah, I wasn't really familiar with anyone. I mean, trying to be condemned, but I mean, there's, yeah, I don't want to, yeah,
All right.
moving.
Unfortunately, we're moving on because like this is part of the harassment sexism track of the thing.
Mhm.
Um, but if you saw someone quote unquote on your side doing something you thought was bad, how would you handle the situation?
Well, I didn't see people on my side doing that, um, except for maybe one person I want to talk about. um, but calling that person out was kind of impossible. So
I could probably guess.
we just, some of us would just quietly talk about things. Um, but yeah. But I really didn't see any bad actors on our side, but my knowledge was very limited.
Yeah, I don't think there were really that many. Apparently like 0.66%. But no, no,
Right,
there
so how would I have even run into them?
yeah, well there were a couple bad people though. Like
Right. And
like people who, well, I mean, like, I'm sure in their minds they were good, but like the
you're
people
the
like
hero. Everyone's the main
yeah.
character of their own story.
There were 9 people who did actually try to get Allison Rapp fired who supported Gamergate. Um and like that was like, I think that's like really morally wrong. I interviewed one of those people too. Thydrin, if you're familiar with him. Actually, he probably wouldn't be. He was on the very outskirts of GG, kinda.
Yeah.
All right. You don't have to talk about it, but did you experience any harassment during Gamergate from either side or from third-party trolls?
No. Absolutely not. I got, again, none of this. None of this whole like, oh, women get so harassed on the internet. And it's like, no, I didn't experience any of it. All I experienced was meeting great new people who loved video games and had interesting things to say and liked what I had to say and were open to learning about, more things beyond Gamergate, right? Because Gamergate was an injustice, so learn about more injustices. So, yeah, that again, that was my experience, was just people with a great sense of humor talking about video games.
All right, we'll be getting off the harassment track in a minute, but why do you think that? Well, so I should probably clarify for context. Like a large number of Gamergate people like were doxxed, like myself, like Acid Man, Hat Man, a bunch of other people, um, Lizzie Finnegan. and the media basically didn't cover this at all.
Of course not. Because
Why?
the right people got doxxed in their minds.
No bad
So it
targets,
wasn't
only bad.
actually doxing.
Yeah,
That's
no bad
no,
tactics, only bad targets.
that's what the media's point of view. Like, look at the people that are pulling down the posters of the missing the Israel hostages, and you know, people are posting videos of them doing it. And they're like, "You're doxing them! You're doxing them! How dare you dox these people?" And it's like, well, that's not actually what doxing's doing. They're doing something in a public place and they're being filmed, But that is seen by the media as wrong, whereas you and Gamergate people getting doxxed is not seen as wrong because in the media's mind you were bad, terrible people, and that means you're basically anything you get you deserve because you're bad, terrible people. You're basically Hitler.
Yeah, one of the anti-Gamergate people, I don't want to misquote him, Movie Bob, he was a games journalist, and he said I think he did qualify the statement slightly. He said there are almost no bad tactics, only bad targets. And that's like how a lot of people back then, I think, felt on his side.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not even back then, like it's still going on. It's always, again, like there's protected groups of people, and then there's the non-protected groups of people. And then those protected groups of people are explained as having all of this power, and therefore anything bad that happens to them is totally okay and deserved, and it's part of justice. So yeah, I mean, that just goes on all the time. It was going on before Gamergate, and it's going on still now. And so anyone who could be even tangentially linked to Gamergate fell into that category. So you getting doxxed, well, that's just public information. That's totally normal. That's just public information.
Yeah, I also
You
think
know,
the Gamergate people were mostly more quiet about this, and they didn't like try to make themselves into like professional victims. Like, which isn't to say that like if you
some didn't,
that's
but
not to
like,
like victim blame. I'm not trying to like victim blame, but like
right. But that's also the same thing of like, you don't like people out there playing the victim, so you're not going to play the victim, like,
but like I don't think it's
especially
wrong
if nothing
if like
happened. Like, if you got doxxed and you weren't hurt in any way,
yeah.
then it's, you saying something would call attention to this
Right.
and maybe invite something,
Yeah, I didn't even want it to be public, but someone the chat logs got leaked of the doxers. Well, of Ethan Ralph actually was like somewhat complicit in me getting doxxed,
Mhm.
because he allowed it to happen on his private Slack channel.
Mhm.
And by Wild Goose, this third-party troll with the Bill Wagner crew, who he was like teaming up with, um, which is like really bad actually. So it ended up getting leaked that he doxed me, and that
Bill
Ralph allowed it.
Wagner?
That Bill Wagner did. The group called the Bill Wagner crew did.
Yes, I don't
And
even know what that is.
yeah, they doxed like they're probably the ones who engaged in most of the actual harassment that did take place because they were like the most prolific doxers out there, and they did like they didn't like harm my life in any significant way, but my parents got like dozens of phone calls probably from this guy, and like including at like 3 a.m. and pizzas delivered to the house, um, that sort of thing for a couple weeks, and
Mhm.
then
I
because
mean, nothing like that ever happened to me,
yeah.
you
Like
know?
that sort of thing happened to like almost like probably like a third of the people in Gamergate like experienced something like that. Like and weird stuff too, Alan Harris, like people called him because they thought they tried to get him fired, but they didn't realize he was self-employed. So he was like his own boss, and so they kind of failed at that. Um then they
I
also
mean, if he
people
fired himself, that would have been kind of, a big get.
yeah. And then like Silver Wolf Cece, who I've interviewed, she actually got kicked out of like these volunteer groups that she was volunteering with because of her Gamergate views, and like a lot of people actually did receive like some pretty like bad stuff that was like worse than what I got.
Right, the volunteer thing is like, "Oh, so you don't want my free help other people because of my views on something that you probably don't even understand, that's weird.
Yeah, actually, the Bill Wagner people, they didn't like affect my life in any serious way. Like I went to the police and stuff, but of course the cops can't do anything. But like the anti-Gamergate people, like the actual anti-Gamergate people, they actually did fuck up some of my shit because I was supposed to be. They tried to cancel me twice. One time they failed, one time they succeeded because I was running those panels at conventions about Gamergate, and they tried to cancel the Natsucon one. I don't know who it was, but supposedly they received emails. The convention organizers did, and they emails demanding that they cancel the panel. But they stood up to them and they said, no, we're not going to do that. We don't endorse the views being said, but we want to give a platform for open dialogue and discussion, which is like great. That's how you should respond.
Yeah,
But then
exactly.
there was when I did the Archon panel, that did get canceled, and that was like a whole shit show because they actually I was in talks with the organizers of the convention, and they were 100% on board with doing it. We had a pro Gamergate person. We were going to have an anti Gamergate person too. It was supposed to present both sides and have like an open dialogue, like what should have happened in the beginning. And this group of people on Facebook just like started spamming the page of the Archon page on Facebook and demanding that they cancel the event. And they were like calling me a Nazi and stuff, which like obviously is not true. Um, and equating it to me being a Holocaust denier and like some really crazy stuff. And they actually caved into the mob.
I don't know
And
how you could into being like, this is akin to Holocaust denial. Like, how in what world could you possibly make that connection?
because they think that Gamergate is like evil,
Right.
or they claim they think that. Some of them I think do
Yeah.
believe it, but they believe it because they believe in like misinformation essentially.
Yeah, exactly. And what was the anti-Gamergate if not misinformation?
Well, I've interviewed some of those people, and I think that some of them have like different critiques. Like Bash Fluff, for instance, is anti-Gamergate. I interviewed him. Well, so his main issue with Gamergate, he actually supported the movement for a while. In the beginning, he was a supporter, but he became more critical of it later on because he saw that people were going down this like anti-SJW path, or some people were, and he wasn't. He thought that that was bad, and so he didn't support that. And so he ended up later on switching sides and becoming anti-Gamergate.
Well, I
I
don't understand how that would make you anti-gamer, like because you don't like this, like the things that Gamergate was actually about, like still stood. Becoming anti-Gamergate makes it seem like you're against all of the games journalism stuff and the like those other things.
Yeah, he also thinks that Gamergate like did a pretty good job at like addressing the games journalism stuff or parts of it.
Yeah.
Um, like he says that Gamergate brought ethics to games journalism, and that it's not perfect, but like it is significantly better than it was before Gamergate. So he's sort of like you got what you wanted. Now people are trying to make it political. I'm not on board with that. I'm out. I think that a lot of this stuff's stupid, and I'm going to debate against you guys now. Like,
Right. I don't understand that motive though of like, okay, this is going somewhere and I don't agree with it, so let me now, bash you guys, you know?
well, I don't think he was bashing us. He was like pretty like fair-minded, but he would disagree with us like on a lot of stuff, like about like some of the stuff regarding like creative freedom and artistic freedom. Like, and he also is like kind of like pro cancel culture actually. Like he supports like Brendan Eich getting fired from Mozilla.
That's such one of those ones that like still sticks with me, you know? Anytime Brendan Eich like one of my tweets, I'm like, like I did write about Brendan Eich like several times. It is one of those early cancel culture things that was like, this is absolute, like that measure passed in California. Okay, so are you kidding me? Like yeah, it's different now, but it was like at the time, like it passed. So how are you going to cancel somebody that like went with the majority? Like a lot of these really stick in my craw because again, these people didn't do anything. They just supported things that the left doesn't like, and so therefore these things happen to them. And it
Yeah.
doesn't. It really rarely, if ever, happens to people on the left, and it doesn't happen in the way they claim it does.
Well, I mean, I'm on the left, and they they go after me, but that's because I guess I'm non-heterodox, or I'm sorry, I am. Is that, I mean, isn't that right? I am heterodox, right?
Right. Which is classical liberal, which doesn't fit in with the
Yes.
progressives of today.
Yes, I looked it up. I am heterodox. Um,
Right.
and
So
then
when like you say this, like, oh, I'm on the left, and it's like you're on the old left, like to the left, you're a right wing now.
to some the crazy people on the left, I'm actually I think there is like this very active and good pushback on the left, um, against these crazier ideas. And well, I guess we'll see with the Ben Shapiro versus Destiny debate. That's going to be interesting.
Which I'm hearing about for the first time
Yeah.
tonight.
That's going to be a very interesting conversation. I'm interested to see where that goes. I'll probably have to
Yeah.
cover it. Um, but there's also, so actually I debated Bash Fluff on this, like for like 20 minutes on the Brendan Ike stuff.
Hmm.
But yeah, like, he's like a bit more social justice-y. Um, and so like he supported GamerGate for ethics only, and then once he saw other people going the other way, he's like, well, I used to think of a lot of these people as my allies. I don't hate them or anything. I don't think he doesn't hate GamerGate people at all, but he disagrees with them on this stuff, and that's fine. He can
Right.
have his opinion. Um,
Hmm.
and then like there's also an argument too from like Hannah Zamora, who doesn't really have a problem with like most of GamerGate's history, but she has like a very specific problem, or a few very specific problems with GamerGate in like the first couple weeks, because the the burgers and fries stuff. I know you said you don't know that much about that, so I'm not gonna like hit you over the head with it or anything. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to present like their arguments in like a steel manny way. But uh, basically, the way some of this started was that there was that Aaron Joney, Zoe Quinn, Nathan Grayson stuff, right?
Hmm.
And then some people went to this IRC chat room called Burgers and Fries, and like most of the people there probably didn't do anything wrong, but like some of the people there were assholes actually. And like the chat room's name is a reference to the Five Guys restaurant, and
Hmm.
they were some of the people there were like attacking her or criticizing her for being a slut, quote unquote,
Hmm.
and that this was in Hannah Zamora's view not good.
Right, because you're never allowed to say anything bad about a woman, and like, or if she cheats on a man with another man in order to get a good game review or whatever, however the situation really played out, like, no, you're not allowed to call her a slut. There's been this whole movement where you're never allowed to call them that. Oh, because men don't get called that. I'm like, men are absolutely called man sluts, but also like men are all absolutely seen as gross if they sleep with a whole lot of women. This whole idea that like it's only bad if women do it is also not true. And you see that in media, and you just out in
I
real
don't
life. It's like, oh,
I don't know. I mean, I think there probably is like a double standard there, actually.
I
Like
mean,
a
to an
lot of the red,
extent,
a lot of the
again, cheating on your boyfriend for a games review does seem pretty nasty.
well, it wasn't a review, it was an article, but
Article, whatever.
yeah, but like, but all yeah, it's not like I don't
It's not
support
the worst
infidelity.
thing that could be said.
Yeah, I don't support infidelity, obviously, and people cheating on each other. Like that's bad behavior. I think that like society should like probably look down on that. But I think a lot of people also hold the view like, okay, so she slept around with these people. Like, why the fuck should anybody care about that? Except for the games journalism part. Like, but some of the people did care because they thought it was juicy internet drama that they wanted to talk about because that was the topic of the week.
Well, yeah, I mean, like that could be a situation, but the way I always saw it was again like Aaron says that he had an abusive ex and she cheated on him, and then the media, all of these people are like, you're the terrible one, she's a victim, and it's like, she's a terrible person, and you just took her side just because she's a woman, like that kind of thing would interest me and I would talk about it, but it's not the juicy, oh, she sleeps with a lot of people, like paparazzi type thing. It's the double standard there.
Yeah, I guess, do you want me to lay out a very brief? I know we don't want to get too hung up on this, but I do want to make sure that I like have the anti-Gamergate argument like presented. And I want you to like see how you address it too. So
Are we
there.
almost like done? Because it has been 3 hours.
Okay, we don't. You want to skip it?
No, I mean we can. I just like how much longer
Oh,
is it?
I've got like another where we have to do the media coverage section, then light items and reflections and closing. But those last three, not the media one, but the other three are pretty quick.
Okay, let's like try because it is like it's almost
Yeah.
10. Like
Okay. All right. We'll do a
3 hours.
lightning round, I guess, if that's cool. Um,
Okay,
okay.
yeah.
We can skip the harassment question because I know you don't care about that as much. The last one there. Um, what do you think about how the media covered Gamergate?
Well, I mean, it obviously covered it the way it wanted to cover it, which was that Gamergate is bad. And that's how, I mean, the media had its narrative and that's how it covered it. I mean, you pointed out with the Newsweek article on its own study, like they had to frame things as ridiculously as possible, as terribly as possible to make gamers look bad so that years from now, when people mention Gamergate, the idea in people's mind was that this was a harassment campaign and that people never looked further than that. So, yeah, the media covered it terribly and unethically.
Are there any journalists who you thought did a good job covering Gamergate?
I seem to remember Eric Kane did pretty decent, but I think he was kind of pro Gamergate or at least, a little more neutral.
Yeah, I think he identified as neutral.
Yeah, I think he did pretty good from what I remember. Again, this was like I don't remember. I don't remember anyone covering it well. I don't remember really seeing many fair articles on it, except from the people in Gamergate writing at various outlets.
And I think we might both agree here. Michael Koretsky did a good job with
Yes,
Airplay.
yes, I think he did.
I think I would consider that an act of journalism. I think he would too. I know him well enough. I think that he would definitely call what he did
Yeah, no, I
an
think
act of
it
journalism.
definitely was. It should have been covered, and it was definitely like, I mean, there were media people there. Most of the panelists were media people, So, yeah, it was definitely a journalism event rather than a Gamergate event.
Are there any? Sorry, hang on. I skipped. I'm a little confrazzled. Did anyone in the media reach out to you for an interview to discuss the movement?
I don't remember. Um, I really don't remember. Definitely no one from like major media outlets.
Which is kind of like crazy actually, because you'd think like you were part of like this major conference, like representing Gamergate to some extent,
Remember they
and
ignored it.
yeah,
So,
like you'd think that like the New York Times or somebody would have been like, oh well, we should probably reach out to her.
no. Well, I mean, they didn't want to reach out to anyone who might in any way be reasonable, right? They only wanted to talk to people that they believed would say something terrible or crazy that they could get views by presenting them as terrible and crazy. And there were some people that were happy to do that.
Did you reach out to any journalists or media outlets who wrote articles about Gamergate to correct misinformation?
Only my old employer, my old editor, and it didn't do anything about one person who was at that outlet who was writing some stuff that I didn't really like, but it didn't go anywhere. He was my editor was not his editor, so really didn't matter.
Are there any specific articles or videos you want to discuss?
None that I can even remember. Well, I don't remember her name. She was on the GamerGate side. She did a really brilliant takedown of Anita Sarkeesian's criticisms against games. And I remember Kate loving her so much because the way she did it, she had the sweetest voice, the most positive sound. There was no like sarcasm and like, the way I talk, right? That's just so full of, that kind of stuff. She had this just like sweet, positive voice, and yet she absolutely destroyed Anita Sarkeesian's arguments about Princess Peach, Princess Zelda. I think Dixie Kong as well. Like and it was a great video, and I wish I could remember who it was. Because she did a lot of stuff for Gamergate, and I just remember being like, I wish I had her voice because she is being every bit as devastating as someone like me who would just be very grating, and very like sarcastic and snippy. But she did it all in a way where you couldn't possibly hate her.
Gosh, that could be so many people. Was it Liana Kurzner? She made a lot of videos, I think, disagreeing
It
with Anita.
wasn't it wasn't Liana. I like Liana though. No, this was someone, she had like a pen name. I don't think it was her real name. I just
Kite
forgot who I
Tails?
was. Yes,
Okay.
I think it was Kite Tails.
I've reached out to her actually, by which I mean I shot her an email, but I didn't get a reply. So I didn't know her back in Gamergate though. I knew most of the big players, but I didn't know her. Oh, she was actually involved with Project Sockjust though, which was this video game people were making, and she was the
Hmm.
voice actress for Vivian James. But the game never got published.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was her, and she had just had this great video, and she sounds so nice and positive. And meanwhile, all of her arguments were spot on. Particularly, I mean, I remember the stuff about Princess Zelda that is like, oh, she's just a woman in distress. Well, she's not, because when she's gone, look what happens to Hyrule. This is a people that like need her specifically, not Link. Just these great arguments like that about how important these women actually are. Um, to their communities because of how far their communities fall whenever the women are not there.
Right, and
Um,
that's oh god.
and she may have mentioned something about Dixie Kong, or I just remember someone else pointing out because Anita Sarkeesian tried to claim that Dixie Kong was just literally Diddy Kong as a female when it was like she has her own moves. She was better because Diddy Kong, like her hair could flip, and she could spin so she wouldn't fall, and falling was a big problem in those games. So it was just like she didn't play the games she was criticizing, or she didn't play them enough to have any sort of real understanding of the characters. And it was very frustrating because she acted like she was a gamer. And it was like, no, like you don't understand anything from these games.
Obviously, you were paying attention to the media prior to Gamergate, and you had a pretty low expectation for them. I think it's safe to say.
Yep.
But did the media's coverage of Gamergate have any impact on your level of trust in the media?
I trusted it less, but I couldn't have trusted it less, honestly. But I learned to distrust even more types of media, right? Whereas, I never thought about games journalism because the articles about games that I usually read were news about the games that were usually coming from the developers. So, like the Final Fantasy VII news that I consume is interviews with the developers that has been translated, or, Square Enix put this out and now we're reporting it to you. So I didn't particularly see an issue, and I never really read games reviews, even growing up, because usually I would just see my brother play a game and then I would play it. So that was usually it for me. Now, I'll watch trailers And if I'm really unsure, I'll watch some more trailers and maybe I'll see what some people are saying. But, game reviews were really never part of, me. So I didn't really pay attention to all of this opinion stuff that was going on out there. But, once it did, it was like, oh, well, here's another aspect of journalism that is as much garbage as political regular news journalism. In anything where opinion and speculation starts masquerading as news.
If the media actually did want to learn about how they got Gamergate so wrong, what do you think they can learn about how they covered it and learn from it?
I mean, I think they could learn, like, just because you don't like a group doesn't mean that you can throw out ethics or rights or anything, because you have to imagine, what if this were happening to your favored group, and see how you would cover it. And you should be covering these things the same, or at least have the same level of curiosity with a group that you like that you did with a group that you didn't like, where you want to look into these things and you want to go where these stories are, like, you treat them all just at face value, or you look into all of them, because you just see right after Gamergate, right, with like the Women's March, BLM, Me Too, all of these organizations, they didn't look into these groups. They didn't look into any of the actions of these groups because they were favored groups. And then if you did look into that, you would find a lot of problems. But those things weren't uncovered until way later, or, by certain places that were not liberal media. Sometimes maybe it would be, but it would be here or there. It was because they did not have the animosity to try to destroy these groups that it did as Gamergate. So they wanted to go find whatever dirt they could to try to destroy Gamergate. And it's like, you either do that across the board or not. Like, just be even on, but, treat both sides the same. Like, just, that would be nice. Just kind of remember, would you like this stuff happening to you? Right? Where if you get accused of something, do you want to be able to defend yourself? Okay, maybe think about that for other people.
Do you have any thoughts on the Wikipedia article about Gamergate?
Isn't that one of those ones where it's like, it's really, really bad, it's really, really anti-Gamergate, and it is not allowed to be changed?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Wikipedia, I've been able to write a couple of times about, like, some just skeevy things that go on behind the scenes at Wikipedia. There was a propaganda film called The Hunting Ground that was basically like, campus sexual assault is rampant, and they used all of the misinformation and the lies and all of these false accusations that are like unproven accusations, and just condemned all of these men and just made it seem like colleges are a hunting ground where men are just going to rape women, which is completely untrue. I found that one of the producers was editing a Wikipedia page to change the facts to line up with what they incorrectly reported in the movie. So there was that. Even recently, there was this whole thing, like, this woman for Vanderbilt went out to kick a punt during a football game, and they're like, oh my God, it's the first woman playing college football. And then she kicked a really bad punt. And then they were trying to claim, oh no, this was a strategic, this is exactly what they wanted to do. This is a squib kick. And most people hadn't heard of, unless you were, into sports, heard of a squib kick. So I went to look up what it was, and the Wikipedia article had been changed. It had a section for famous squib kicks, and immediately it added this woman's kick to it. And then, like, hours later, it was removed because, like, you could see in the editors discussing and saying, this wasn't a squib kick, like take this out, you know? So like these things go on. And like there was a discussion about one of my articles, really long discussion in a Wikipedia article that was like they wanted to discount my reporting just because they didn't like the Washington Examiner and they saw it as a right-wing rag, right? And so there was a whole long discussion that was like, are the facts wrong? Because if the facts are right, then we should include the article. You can't just discount it because you don't like the outlet, you know? And there was like, so all the Wikipedia is just a mess, honestly. And it was like a big decision that they were like, we're not going to edit the Gamergate thing anymore because there was like competing. And so it's the one of the worst articles on Wikipedia.
Would you like to see the narrative on Gamergate change in your lifetime, and do you think you will?
Would like to. I would like to for people to be able to look back with that kind of like, hey, it wasn't the way I thought it was. You know, the way people look back on the satanic ritual abuse and be like, I can't believe we ever believed that. That was so ridiculous, you know? I wish. I don't think it'll happen. I think largely most people who weren't involved have forgotten about it. And the people that were involved and remember it were entrenched in one side or the other, that there's not going to really be any kind of review like that and thinking, well, maybe the other side had a point.
Well, this book kind of is that.
You hope.
Yeah. Have you seen? You're in a documentary. I'm not sure if you're aware. I don't know if they. So the Airplay event that you did.
Uh-huh.
Someone has spent the last like several years of their life actually making a documentary about the Airplay event. It's like a 6 hour long documentary. I've only seen the first half.
But it's
Uh,
like done? Why
oh yeah,
wasn't I contacted to like, I mean, I would have talked about it. Like, what? Why weren't we reached out to discuss
Koretsky
it?
Koretsky was reached out to. But I don't know. So the guy, I like the guy who did it. He actually did a watch party with me, a watch party with the director of the film, and I had a pro Gamergate person and an anti Gamergate person on too,
Mhm.
so we could discuss it. And even the anti Gamergate people thought it was a really high quality work, and it is. At least the first half.
Yeah, send that to me. I would like to see. I mean, I'm in so few documentaries, but I can at least say that I am in a documentary, you know? So it's kind of nice to know that I was in a documentary and didn't even know I was.
Yeah, the first
That's
half is
different.
free online. I can send that to you. But the second half, you're supposed to pay $10 for it. Now, if you reach out to the
Mhm.
creator and say, "Hey, look, I was literally the person there," maybe he'll
I
like
wish you
cut
would
you a
have reached
deal.
out to me. I would have talked to you. I would have given you an interview.
But
Like,
he's super nice. But
mhm.
he's a little bit socially anxious, I think.
Yeah.
So he has difficulty um promoting it and talking to people because but like he's not like a bad guy at all. He's just
Mhm.
some people they have hang-ups with social situations. But he's a really
So
good
do I.
editor. He's a
Look
really
how
good
long it's
editor.
taking you to do this interview. You
Oh, this
really
is
think
nothing. This is nothing. You should.
I'm not that busy. I'm not that busy of a person. Honestly, I'm married. I do not have kids. I live in a place where I don't really know anybody. I am not very busy in my life. I just forget literally everything because I don't make reminders for myself. So when you're like, "Are you available Wednesday?" I'll be like, "Yeah, sure." And then totally forget about it. And then especially when it's after any kind of work hours, then I'm like, I'm totally forgetting about it. And then, all of that time when you were like, I got to reach out to people to talk about this. I spent 2 weeks telling you, oh yeah, I'm about to do that. And I just didn't for like 2 weeks.
No, you're totally fine. It's okay. You trust me. You're actually more communicative than some of the people I've been trying to get. Like
I at
people
least
who will be like, "Oh,
responded
I'll
to
do it."
you.
Yeah, at least you responded. Like some of the people are like, "Oh, I'll do it," and then they disappear for like 3 weeks, and I'm like, "Oh, so I'm like, okay, when?" And then they'll reply like 3 weeks later, like, "Oh, I can maybe do Tuesday," and then it's like I've already booked Tuesday.
Yeah, I always felt like this guy's like, you're going to give up on me because I keep just like literally saying, "Oh, maybe next week," or "No, this. Oh, I still have to," like that. You were just gonna give up. And part of me would have been like fine with that because that meant that I wouldn't have to like sit around and like talk, because even though I'm enjoying this, the thought of getting here, like literally stopping what I was doing downstairs, coming upstairs and doing this, is totally one of the, like I'm one of those people that's like at home that's like makes plans and then hopes people cancel, but has fun when I'm out.
Well, I'm glad you decided to do it for real. I know it's like kind of a hassle for you too, given like certain like constraints, professional constraints that are placed upon you. So I'm really
Yeah, but
glad
I
you
don't think
decided to.
this has come into factor at all, honestly.
Yeah, and this is actually nothing. Because compared to like one of the, so I've done a bunch of them. I've done like 2 or 3 that are like 6 hours. I did one that was 7 hours long.
Yeah, see, no, I did not expect it to be this long, and I'm still kind of like, okay, we got to be
Yeah,
wrapping
we
up.
we are we are. Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Last question about the media. Has your
Mhm.
conscious experience as a human been made worse to any degree because of the negative narrative about Gamergate?
I love this question. You as a human, not like as a gamer, not as a woman, not as a reporter, not as, an internet user, is you as a human. Has your experience in life been made worse as a human? Yeah, because it it was just yet another example to me of the media just completely trying to destroy and like paint a large swath of people as degenerates, not deserving of rights, not deserving of compassion, not deserving of literally anything, you know? And it was like, for me, the campus, campus people, campus conservatives, and then men accused of sexual assault on campus, and then gamers, which in their view were all men. So it was it's really just men, right? And then you move on from there, and it's any man with Me Too. um and for me it's about the injustice, and it hurts me that there's like this much injustice in the world, and that it's just so easy because it's the people that have the power, the actual power, that are doing these things, while claiming people who don't actually have this power are the oppressors. And it's really upsetting because I don't see how it can possibly change.
Yeah, I love the way I worded that question too, because it's so weird. There's a specific reason it was worded that way. Um, I won't get into like the super deep lore because we don't have time. But I actually kind of thought it might be a little bit too biased in how it's phrased. But then I ran it by some anti-Gamergate people, and they were like, "Oh, it's actually okay." They went through the question list, and that was one of them. Because I wanted to be like really fair in how I did the questions. Um,
Hmm.
but there's a reason because I was talking with somebody before I did this project, and they're like, well, I think they said something along the lines of like, why should anybody care that the media lied about this? And are like, was anybody like actually hurt by these lies? And I'm like, yeah, actually, a lot of people were. They had like they lost their jobs in some cases. They they uh they had their professional reputation smeared. They lost their position in volunteer places. But like, and I'm like, also like, just as someone who supported it, and like now all of the good work that we've done is slowly fading away as the stuff on the internet gets lost, and then now all that's left are these, not all that's left, but like but what is preserved is the Wikipedia article and stuff like that that
Right.
just isn't accurate. Like that does actually harm my conscious experience as a person. Just
It
knowing
does.
this, it does.
Just
It's
same thing that I said, like there's an injustice and it can't be undone. It'll never be undone because the people that actually have the power are the ones that are committing it, and they're never going to change it. And knowing that is really upsetting. It's really like hard to like come to terms with that. Like if you watch any documentary about someone who's been wrongfully convicted, and you see the steps that they have to go through to overturn that conviction. And all of the people that look at the evidence that you see and you're like, this is insane. How is this person still in jail? And they look at that and they say, no, just this, the justice system followed the rules, so they have to stay in jail. And you see them just languish there for years. It's that, it's not the same, obviously, as being in prison, right? But it's that same kind of like, the truth. There's a lot of people that know the truth, and the people that have the power to do anything about it refuse to acknowledge the truth.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. It's just it is that's a good way of putting it, an injustice in the world, I feel. But like, hey, that's what this project's supposed to be, me examining that neutrally, or not neutrally per se, but like try to anyway, let's move on. But like try to be fair and try to like present the truth. Anyway, we're nearing the end. We're on disc 4, okay? It's What's your favorite video game?
Final Fantasy VII. I don't know if that's been spoken about enough during this interview, but yeah, it's my favorite everything, really, honestly. All my favorite characters. Someone on Twitter recently was like, "Who's your favorite Final Fantasy non-Final Fantasy VII character? Like, who's your favorite Final Fantasy character that's not from 7?" And I'm pretty sure I saw that 3 weeks ago and I still can't answer it. I
What
don't
about
I don't know because no one's affected me like Tifa, right? And or Cloud or some of the other characters in that game. And I think back to where I was in my life when the other games that I loved came out, like Final Fantasy X and X-2 in particular, like came out at a time when I was a depressed high school girl. Those were the perfect stories for me, But do I really connect with Yuna? Not really. She's way too soft spoken for me, then but so is Tifa, but the shyness and like, Aerith being there, being able to talk to the guy she likes, whereas Tifa is a lot more like nervous about it. That was me. That was me. So, I can't say that. I'm like kind of thinking Tataru from Final Fantasy 14 because I just adore her and the Namazu from Final Fantasy 14, which we mentioned earlier that you haven't gotten to, but they're like a creature, right? Whereas like if you really want like one of my favorite characters is Cactuar. Like I love Cactuar. Like I literally have a little Cactuar statue right here on my desk. My mouse pad has Cactuar on it. I have a Cactuar sticker on the back of my Mac. So I have multiple plush Cactuars. I have I think I've got a knitted one, a jumbo one, and a regular size one. So yeah, like I love Cactuar. He's in all of them, but Tataru, I think, is one of those like I will defend her every scene she's in. I'm like, so I don't know, but so I still don't feel like I can answer that. I
do you
think Rinoa was super cool. I think I would like to be like Rinoa.
do you have the Cactuar minion?
Of course. I learned how to get that. Like I looked up the quest to make sure and I kept like before I could fly in that zone, like I kept running all the way over to that area. Even though you can see the quest thing like on the map, like I would still like go there and be like, is there something I can do over here to like get it started? And it just, I'd keep reading, what's the quest before it? Okay, the quest before that, the quest before that. Oh, okay, here we are in the main story quest. And then I can go over and do the, and I followed it to get Cactuar like super as early as I possibly could.
And it's like a super annoying quest too, actually.
Yeah. Although you have to go find the guy keeps sending you out to find cactuars, and the one that's like chilling in the hot springs and is just like, I was just passing through is like that's my favorite cactuar, right? Like you were literally like chilling in the hot springs and we caught you.
All right, so you did attend a GamerGate meetup in DC. Was that the only
Hmm.
one you attended?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
guess
because I
plus
didn't
the
travel
airplay thing,
anywhere
but
except Airplay. Yeah, except for Airplay. The meet up the night before and then the thing afterwards, everybody together at that restaurant or whatever. But yeah, because I don't remember them another one being in DC. Um, I think it was Ralph had one somewhere in Virginia and had invited me and I didn't go. Um, I feel like this was before Ralph pissed people off, I think. I don't know. I don't remember, but I didn't
probably.
go.
I don't think he did. I don't think he did anything GamerGate stuff after he kind of burned all those bridges when he. Well, you're familiar with the Ralph story, right? With what he did a lot of stuff that was kind of sketchy, but he like the main like awful thing he did with the rip trolling and the doxing of me, which is like part of that story
Yeah,
actually.
you vaguely mentioned that, but
Yeah.
I'm not completely clear on that. But yeah, I didn't go to that one because I didn't feel like driving 2 hours or
Yeah,
three
I
hours,
can I
whatever
can
it was.
verify that claim. I'm not just making fake news. I can send you the logs.
No, 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 I believe you.
No, no, but see, like that's the thing, right? Like people make broad harassment claims and they can't defend them because like they don't have any actual proof. But I do, so
Yeah. Yeah. But then it's also the honest thing is like I'm not gonna read it.
yeah. Do you want to? What was it like in DC? Like, what was that? Anything you want to talk about regarding the meetup that you thought was fun or that you did there?
I don't remember much. I remember what was her name? Alyssa Shavinsky. Um, Sometimes she seemed mostly pro Gamergate, other times she seemed to go along with the feminist type stuff. But I met her there. She she sent me her book with like a nice long note in it, and she was really fun to talk to. She was really interesting. She had wanted to meet me, and I was just always surprised when someone was like, "I want to meet you," and I'm like, "Why? How do you know who I am? I'm nobody." But yeah, I remember going there, and I think I said hi to Milo, and then there was the bomb scare, and I was outside and didn't feel like waiting, so I went somewhere else. It's all I really remember. I barely remember
Though you,
anything outside of that.
to your credit, you did actually go with Mark and Oliver to talk about, and Paulo, I think too, to talk about it after. I know
Oh
because I've
no,
seen the video.
that was
Yeah,
the
that was the air.
airplay
Oh,
one.
sorry. That's right. There were
I'm
so
still
many
talking the
bomb threats.
DC one. There was that bomb threat too,
Yeah, and then there was
and so
also
while everybody was outside, it was like cold, so I just went somewhere else.
there's also I think a bomb threat in one of the Australian ones too.
Well, I wasn't at that one.
Me either. Do you want to talk
Right.
about?
I just weird that I was at two with the bomb threat. Like,
That is
and
pretty weird.
I was kind of a nobody. Like obviously Milo was at them both too, but like he was big, like I was like really a nobody. And I just happened to be there. But I also don't believe those. I mean, obviously there were no bombs. So, but it made me definitely not believe, because the reporting is always like bomb threat, like what was it? Was it Anita Sarkeesian? It was like bomb threat, and they elevate it in some instances and not in others. And so I don't believe any of them, and definitely think they need to stop, elevating them the way they are. It was like this was stupid. I don't know if it was someone on the other side or probably most likely a third party troll in all instances, trying to make one side look bad or the other side like mad at that side, Like I don't have any idea who was behind these and I don't trust any of them.
Yeah. Do you remember Arthur Chu's tweet?
Oh God, you made me remember Arthur Chu now. Oh,
it.
why? I don't want to remember some of these people. They're awful.
Yeah.
I don't remember his tweet. What was his
Oh,
tweet?
it was Airplay, and it was he tweeted out, "It ends tonight," and then the bomb threat came in like shortly after. But like, I don't think he did it. He just like he meant GamerGate ends tonight. But the fact that he said that like right before the bomb threat came
That's
in,
some bad timing.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have thought he was smart enough to like find the phone number for the location where it was being held in order to do this, like so there was something about it like being I vaguely remember because, like I'm very interested in things and trying to learn how was the bomb scare, like how was it learned? And it was like several report. I don't remember what it was back then. I think I knew like the whole story behind it, like from being there, but and all like the bullshit of it and everything. But yeah, I mean, I remember being freezing in that auditorium, like almost teeth chattering, freezing. I think I was a little bit better on stage because I wasn't thinking about it because I was talking. But behind the scenes, like I know I kept going outside into the Miami heat because my teeth were like chattering and I was freezing. Like I might have even been wearing like Mark Seb's jacket, like behind the scenes because I couldn't stop like shaking from being so cold. So for like the first 30 minutes of the bomb scare or like of the evacuation when people are starting to die of heat, like I still had my white coat on for like half an hour out there because it took me that long to like warm up. And part of me was like, I'm so glad we're outside right now. And then you started finally like really getting overheated, and my temperature can like fluctuate really quick, so I probably felt like I was going to pass out at some point. But yeah, I remember being like, I'm so glad I'm outside right now. It was so cold in there. And then, of course, like you get to talk to more people because now I had been on the panel. So now people who didn't know who I was and didn't know why I was up there had chances to talk to me and be like, no, you did a good job, or to ask more questions, or to say, hey, here was my experience. Here's something I went through, something like that. So, it was a lot of fun. And then I don't remember whose idea it was, probably Oliver's or Mark's, to continue the panel or to basically do a panel, right? Because Oliver wasn't on a panel, but then he was there with me and Mark, um, taking questions from people, and that was fun because it was so informal and no one was like filming, so a lot of it was, I think, just joking around too.
Yeah, we definitely did a lot of joking. I sent you the meme of the that someone made of the Arthur Chewit insta night. There's a couple memes of it. It's not just one, but this is from Hatred.
Hold on.
It's
Now
in
I
the
gotta
general
find.
Discord,
Oh, it's in general.
right below the Space Marine thing someone posted.
Instant night.
So are you still in touch with Mark?
No, is he okay? Like I always, because I remember right around Gamergate, he had was just about to quit his day job to do like YouTubing and streaming like full time. And he was nervous about that. And then after Gamergate, like, we'd interact on Twitter, just like I'd interact with a whole lot of people for a while. And then I don't know, I feel like he disappeared. But, it might have just been, I've kind of fallen off of Twitter largely, in recent years. But I mean, did you reach out to him? Did he interview? Is he okay?
So I did reach out to him. I didn't really know him too well before. In fact, I think he had like a kind of like negative reputation, negative association with me back then because he blocked me for a little while after the
Hmm.
situation with Game Diviner trying to quote unquote end Gamergate. That's how some people saw
Right.
it, and I was involved in um, exposing that plan, and that kind of rubbed some
Mhm.
people the wrong way, including Mark. And he blocked me, and then he unblocked me, and then now we talked and we're on good terms, but he's really jaded about a lot of this stuff. He doesn't want to do the interview because he doesn't like what how the whole thing went down. He's really disappointed, and
With
it
what
sucks
aspect?
with everything. I think he didn't get too specific, and I don't think he wanted to get too specific, but
Yeah.
he's very disappointed with how GamerGate ended up turning out. And I don't know if that's I think it's a bunch of different factors, but you have to ask him. I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Yeah. Well, I haven't talked to him in years, so I mean, the only thing that I would say is that I worried that some Gamergate people followed Milo into the abyss. Um, but I understood the psychology behind that. somebody is speaking for you for the first time really in your life, and yeah, you might follow that person down some bad roads. But I don't feel like Gamergate as a movement went that route.
Yeah, and yeah,
And
he
that might
actually.
obviously might not be what Mark was talking about at all. That's
Yeah,
just
I
my
don't
own
know.
thing.
I don't know. I don't know if it was. If it was. I think part of it might have been that, but also the fact that the media got so hostile with it, negative with it, and then also too like probably some other stuff too, like I don't know. I don't want to put words in his mouth. So, but um, yeah, he's actually streaming now again. He started streaming and he's on Twitch. He's got a channel going and like a regular schedule he does. So
Good.
yeah. I don't watch too much of his
He
stuff though.
taught
I
me.
wouldn't. I'm not opposed to it, but his long form videos were amazing. Have you,
Yeah. Well, he taught me the what it's like to be a games tester because that's what he was at the time. And so many people think, "Oh man, I want to test video games for a living. This sounds amazing, right? You just get to play video games for a living." And he explained it to me and it was like that sounds like awful because it was like literally each a tester is only given a very very small portion of the game, not even like an entire level, and literally you have to like walk from point A to point B like 100 times and report bugs, like it's stuff like that. It sounds very tedious and very annoying, but it
it does.
really opened my eyes because I never knew that. And I always love learning stuff like that where like you think something is one way and then you learn it's a totally different way. And it's just fascinating to me.
Do you want to talk about the friendships you made during GamerGate?
I don't really talk to a lot of the people anymore, like I talked to alum for years after that. Um, I didn't, again, I said Mark seemed to disappear. Oliver, I would see his tweets. We'd respond to each other's tweets like for years, but that's kind of gone away. And I don't know if that happened if that happened during Trump or if it's just a factor of me not being on Twitter as much as I was back then, where ever since like I met my husband, like I've really not been on social media like I used to be because I'm out living my life instead of trying to prove to everybody online that I'm living a great life, like I'm actually just out living it. um so I don't want to say that like I've lost contact with these people as if it's some thing when it's really probably just life. I do miss them. I am still good friends with somebody that, someone who had followed me, and there was a group of about 3 people that were regularly on my Twitch streams, like in the comments, like making the jokes, being funny and everything. And one of them like I'm still friends with, but overall, I don't talk to anybody. Nobody's reaching out to me except you about Gamergate stuff. Nobody really remembers me for that. Um, because my bigger thing was always the campus stuff.
Yeah. Well, hey, I'm
And now,
glad you.
now I do crime, so
I'm glad you did, even though it was, a long time ago, and it might not be like the thing that you think of yourself as most remembered for, but I think that the impact that you did have with SPJ Airplay, I think that that was an important event for gaming and for GamerGate, and I'm glad that you did that. I'm glad that you covered GamerGate and participated to some extent.
yeah, I mean, the fact that I was on that panel made me not think Airplay was so huge to gamers. Um, I definitely, did my homework and did everything. Like that was very like Mark and alum like taught me a whole lot. Like we had definite like sessions where they would teach me, things about Gamergate that I didn't know. So to bring me up to speed. Um, and that was great. That was very helpful for me and very enjoyable, like to learn this stuff. But I don't think just because I never saw myself as being very important really in any movement, that I figured Airplay had to have be some kind of small thing. And the fact that it's remembered, the fact that it was such like a pivotal moment is still like strange to me. And that's not because of the other people or what was accomplished that day, but just the fact that I could be part of something like that.
Yeah, I think that it did well. First off, yes, I think that it was. I think it was really important because like the documentary guy, even like that's amazing. I'm glad I was able to tell you about that. I could probably get you in touch with him, and I'll send you the first half of his video. And then
Hmm.
if you ask him, he might send you the second half too. But it's or just give him $10 either way. Um,
Yeah, it's not.
um, but I think it really was important because like it did multiple things. Like first, it did show that like the issues with the games industry were
Hmm.
genuine, with the games press were genuine. They were real.
Yeah.
And then it also showed that a lot of people think, at least, that the media covered Gamergate very wrong. And then the third thing it did is it showed that people were willing to try and shut down events like this, and that the other side didn't even send representatives really to participate. It was
Right, because
Rand
they didn't
Lef-
want to legitimize it. Like,
yeah,
really, that was like, seriously the thing is that like you can't participate with these hateful people. This to go participate in this, even though it was SPJ that put it on, would essentially be like attending a Nazi rally.
yeah, and I think the biggest thing that Airplay did though was that it legitimized Gamergate historically. Because like it's a very real phenomenon. It's a really real thing that happened in the world where Gamergate people met with representatives from journalistic ethics a journalistic ethics organization, and multiple of them, the Pointer Institute and the SPJ, including someone who was the later president of the SPJ, and discussed their issues with them, and they agreed with them, and that's like a historical thing that I think proves that Gamergate wasn't about wasn't about a harassment campaign. That wasn't
Hmm.
that historians are going to be looking at this and see all these references at the very least to the event, if not the event footage itself, like the Airplay documentary, like this book, like other books that reference it. Like James Desborough wrote a book too, and I've interviewed him. That it proves that there really was something more to this. And anyone who wants to find out, whether that's now or whether that's 100 years from now, wants to find out what the fuck this was. Like this event can like lead them down a rabbit hole, and they'll be able to discover the truth. And the truth is preserved in part because of that event.
Wow. Yeah. I just remember it for the people and how great they were, how funny people were, how nice everybody was, how interesting everybody was. It was like, when I hang out with gamers, when I talk to gamers, it's seriously like just automatically like hanging out with your old high school friends, or you can just immediately start making the off the wall random jokes and laughing and just talking about random dumb things. Like it's just, yeah, it's just great.
I know we're trying to rush through this. Can I ask an ancillary question though? Because I think it's actually kind of interesting.
Hmm.
You could totally say no, by the way. But are you familiar with Felicia Day?
Yeah, to an extent, yeah.
Okay.
As I can't tell, was she someone Gamergate liked or didn't like? I feel like I was confused at one point.
I mean, some GamerGate people probably don't like her now, but I mean, I'm a GamerGate person. I like her still, and I think what she did was so when GamerGate happened, this was like m- real late, like a few months in probably into
Hmm.
GamerGate happening. Um, she talked about how she used to have positive associations with gamers, like you've talked about, and like that I had those same associations. I didn't think that these people were monsters. I know these
Hmm.
people. I am one of these people. I associate with them. They're my friends. There's amazing people in the gaming community and a lot of amazing artwork and things that they create and mods and everything else. And they're very
Hmm.
passionate, people. They're
Hmm.
great people, and you can't like judge an entire group of people like that and smear them all as being evil like they did, or being misogynist or whatever the fuck.
Hmm.
Um, but she talked about how like she used to have that feeling about gamers, like, but now with the GamerGate stuff happening, I guess because she either maybe had some bad encounter with like a rogue GamerGate person, or maybe she believed like the
She just
media's
read
narrative or
left the
something.
media outlets
Yeah,
and believed it all.
and she says that like now, yeah, I don't, yeah, I don't know, I don't want to like speak for like why she did that, why she said it, but she said that like she now like is afraid like when she's at like a convention, or she's like, or she's like when she's walking down the street and she sees someone who wears like a gamer T-shirt, that she would in the past think like this person could be a cool person, but now she's more wary that
Okay,
they might
yeah,
not
I
be.
know. Okay, I remember there's some vague things about her, and then that I was always unhappy when I was watching the new Mystery Science Theater. It's like, I don't like her. I don't remember why I don't like her, but I don't like her. And now I remember why I don't like her.
Yeah, it was just like it's just like a weird like I don't think she was like malicious. Like she wasn't like a dedicated like anti-Gamergate person who spent like their entire life talking about this or anything. Like she
Mhm.
literally just like talked about it
You
like
can't
twice,
say
and
something
that
like
was one
that
of
when
them.
you literally have no anecdotal evidence or like evidence of it at all. It's just like you read it in the media, and so now you believe something, even though it's completely contradictory to your, you know, experience growing up. So now, like, you've always been going to these conventions, and now you're terrified. Like, it's just ridiculous. You see somebody wearing a Mario t-shirt and you think they're gonna hurt you. Like, really?
Yeah, I mean, like, I agree. I think that obviously you shouldn't like do that, but like, there's a lot of people out there who their only knowledge of Gamergate is like, oh, I saw an article about it once or twice, and like
Right,
they said
exactly.
something bad,
And then
and
you
so they
go and you
believe it.
make
But I don't
these.
like, I don't think those. I think those people should like reconsider their views, but I don't consider them to be like, oh, they're active participants in trying to smear us necessarily.
Well, I
It's
wouldn't
probably like
see it
well
that way. I would
intentioned.
see them as idiots who don't like, you know, question anything they read in like major media outlets, even if it goes against their own experiences. Like that was my thing, was like seeing this stuff and being like, that's not my experience with gamers, so I'm gonna say something.
Yeah, but then there's like also like other people who like hold a negative opinion of Gamergate for different reasons, like because they do have like genuine disagreements with us about
Hmm.
like artistic freedom, or like feminist frequencies critiques of games. And they see a lot more value in that style of critique, at least, if not her specific way of doing it. And like they disagree with Gamergate on those grounds. I think that that's like
Fine.
fine.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine to have that opinion that I don't agree with. You're not being evil in your approach.
Anyway, sorry to take up so much of your time. Do you have any thoughts on Vivian James or Gamergate or other Gamergate related art projects?
Not really. I didn't really, I mean, I think we meant, yeah, I never really saw much of that stuff. Saw a lot of Vivian James stuff, just, the artwork and some stuff around that, but never really, I guess, understood it or paid much attention. Yeah.
What was your favorite moment during Gamergate?
Airplay, meeting people, you know, the people that had been, talking on Twitter and like meeting them in person and, just meeting new gamers, right? Um, and being able to do something to help the community and that had always been so great to me.
If you could have changed one thing about Gamergate, what would it be? You can say Milo if you want, it's okay. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Say whatever you want to say.
Um, that the third party trolls that gave credence to any kind of harassment just didn't exist, didn't do what they did, so that there was literally no way the media could frame it as a harassment campaign, which
What
obviously didn't matter because there wasn't evidence that there was harassment, and they said there was anyway. So, I mean, there's nothing that that GamerGate could have done because the media was had just decided it was a harassment campaign, and it didn't matter what the evidence was.
what would you personally have done differently during Gamergate?
Been more vocal. I would have pushed to write more. I would have done more. I would have stood up a lot more, right from the beginning, instead of kind of ignoring it and waiting to see like what was happening with it. I would have just been a lot more vocal.
Let's say it's 10 years from now and an online movement is looking to Gamergate for guidance for their movement. What advice do you have for them?
Be prepared for how the media is going to treat you. They are going to say terrible things about you. They are going to be okay with terrible things happening to you because they don't like you. And you have to be strong enough to get through that in order to do what you can to make your points, to make your voice heard, to let the truth be heard. But it's going to be a really, really difficult road, and you're going to have to be really strong.
What have you personally learned from Gamergate?
That that it's okay being myself. That sounds really stupid and cheesy, but I don't think I talked a whole lot about the gamer side of me before Gamergate. You know, like I know I made a cosplay joke once in 2012. There's some specific context behind it, which is why I remember it, but I don't know how much I tweeted about games prior to Gamergate, prior to me saying, hey, gamers were the first people that accepted me. And, you know, a lot of it was earlier before that on Twitter. I only joined Twitter in 2011 for a job. So it was all kind of like be this, you know, political person. And as I know from experience, like kind of outing yourself as a gamer, like people don't take you seriously, or, you know, they might see you as a weirdo or something. So, you know, I kept it a lot to myself online because I didn't know what people would think, or especially with like the other things that I report on. Like, am I just like a, you know, some weirdo that they don't have to take seriously? But after Gamergate, like now, like I'm very open. I would have been afraid of what my own friends think, you know, back around that time, you know, like having an ex, and some specific people that were out to get me. They weren't involved in Gamergate at all, but they, you know, would watch my tweets and like make fun of me and stuff. And it was like a whole high school thing. But I was very conscious of like things that I would say that hopefully I didn't want to be made fun of, right? And so I wouldn't talk about gaming because I might be made fun of, even behind my back, and I wouldn't see it, but I was afraid of that, you know? But after Gamergate, it was like, I don't care what these people think. I don't care what anybody thinks. Like, there's a whole community out there that accepts me, and that's who I care about. And so now, I mean, again, I think I said earlier, like, if you look at my Twitter feed, it's like retweets of political stuff and just like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and maybe Final Fantasy XIV stuff and maybe some Kingdom Hearts stuff. But you know, it's half video games and half just retweets of political stuff. So yeah, I'm definitely just way more open and confident in, you know, that side of me. And, you know, my husband isn't really a gamer, but he totally gets that side of me and goes along with it and pays attention to the Final Fantasy games. And so he likes Cactuar and he loves the Namazu and, you know, some of these jokes and references, you know, from these things. And so he'll sit there and listen to me talk about like Final Fantasy VII lore or Fable or something, and obviously we can talk about Rockstar games because he does like those. He was actually the one that informed me that Red Dead Redemption 2 was coming out a week before it came out. I hadn't even known. um and I hadn't played the first one for some super unknown reason because it sounded like the perfect game for me, like Grand Theft Auto but with horses, like me with the horses. um but yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 is now up there on my list of favorite games. It might actually be right under Final Fantasy VII. I love that game so much. Like, if you were to ask me, what game do you wish you could play again for the first time? It actually wouldn't be Final Fantasy VII because it's a story-driven game. It would be Red Dead because 7 was a pretty linear game. It would be Red Dead Redemption 2 because of all the discovery. Like, I just ran around in the wild for like just hours, not doing the story quests or side quests, or just exploring and like picking herbs and finding new places, and then finding the weird things that went in the journal, and then learning that there was a whole number of those things and finding all of them. Like, I've replayed the game since, but it's all for the story now because that urge to explore isn't there because I know what's out there. So that is an aspect that I really, really miss from that first playthrough. But again, and I talked about Red Dead a lot online. One of actually Ben Shapiro's little sister was in the office one day, and she was like, "You've been tweeting about Red Dead? I've been playing Red Dead." And then we were like, "Yeah, Red Dead," like it was crazy because she's like an opera singer, and like then it's just the most random people playing it. And then my husband and I, like, it's mainly me that says it, but we have this kind of the inside joke of it's just like in Red Dead, because like we went our honeymoon in Breckenridge in Colorado, and so some of the scenery looks like stuff from Red Dead, and then we went and explored like these old mine shafts and these mining communities, and things like that, and you're walking around and it's like preserved from how it was in the 1800s and early 1900s, and like I have pretty much all of my tweets because I was taking pictures during the honeymoon, and it was just all like hashtag. Like, I hashtagged it for no reason. It's like, it's just like in Red Dead. And, so it was just really exciting. And it's like things like that I probably I wouldn't have done before GamerGate, like full on leaning into the gamer side of myself. I wouldn't have done.
Wow, that is an incredible answer. That was no, it was. It's amazing too because it's like because you've been able to be open about this part of your life. It sounds like you've just had like such an amazing experience with other people, interacting with them and having this bonding thing that you can do with them that originally probably wouldn't have happened if you just kept that to yourself and never expressed that part of yourself.
Right, exactly. And then, wouldn't have had the great friends, and wouldn't have been able to really learn that I need to have the friends in my life that understand this part of me because it is such a big part of me.
And that's like something too that doesn't get talked a lot about a lot with this project,
Hmm.
which is that like within like the gaming space, like a lot of sorry, gaming in general, gamers in general, like they didn't have a negative self-conception of themselves, but like the outside world for a long time actually did, which is like
Right.
a part of the story too that like maybe should be talked about more as part of this project.
Well, that was what I was bringing up, was that like the media had this narrative and the gamer is dead, right? That this narrative of what a gamer was, which was in their view the like virgin racist misogynist loser in his mother's basement. And so that's just how they kept acting. But then it was also odd that it was like these are these antisocial like losers who can't talk to anybody, but they have all of this power and this gatekeeping, and they're keeping women from doing things. And it was like, you're trashing them, they weren't trashing you. What, like, you're claiming to be bullied while bullying them, and continuing on while continuing the stereotype that they are bullied people. So like it also was very contradictory to me of a lot of what the anti-Gamergate people were saying. And yeah, this is a fascinating time.
Yeah, I'm glad you felt comfortable raising that. And if you want, I could off air for 1 second, like just like we're still on air, but
Mhm.
out of the book mode. Dot dot dot. Recognize this, Kevin. For when I go in for editing. But do you want me to remove the part about Ben Shapiro's niece? I can 1,000%.
Might as well.
It's up because I don't want
Um,
but
I
I can
don't
take it
think.
out for
Yeah,
the book.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Maybe I should have said that
Well,
off air to you actually.
It's his little sister
Oh,
anyway,
okay.
not niece. But yeah, might as well.
Yeah. Or I'm sorry. I should have DM'd you that, but it's okay. It's whatever. I'm sorry. Um, but no, I think it's amazing that you brought that up and yeah, fuck, dude, I gotta move on. We gotta. This is. I'm
Right. Well,
sorry.
because it's just also learning just how many people out there are playing games and might not be saying it publicly. Like this is a person, when you meet someone who you would never expect to play Red Dead Redemption 2, being as excited about the game as you are, you know, like it's a fantastic feeling. Like, like, did we just become best friends?
Right. Sorry, I was trying to find where we were. All right. Do you see parallels between Gamergate and the way society currently discusses issues?
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying that this whole night. I mean, it wasn't just Gamergate; it was the campus sexual assault. It's BLM. It's Me Too. It's all of this. It's the same playbook over and over and over again. That like the media has a narrative, and the people that are going against that narrative are the devil and must be destroyed. And so, because they're the devil, they don't have basic human rights. And it's completely okay if they don't have due process, if they, um, any basic standard of freedom, free speech, anything like that can be taken away. So we just see it over and over again. We saw it before. I mean, dating back centuries, like the Salem witch trials, the satanic ritual abuse. I mean, Red Scare, all of these things are all very similar in nature. And so much of them are just driven by media.
Yeah, I mean that's how I saw Gamergate back then too, and that's how some of the people I've talked with really do. Like you and James Desborough, he very much views it as through this lens, like Oron Darklord. A lot of people do, and that this was a moral panic, and you can draw through lines all throughout history. Like you
Hmm.
mentioned so many different examples, the Red Scare, Salem witch trials, and the panic about tabletop gaming in the 80s and the
Right.
70s and satanic panic that you talked about. Like there's so many different examples throughout history. And I think actually I probably would agree with you on the university stuff too actually. The
Hmm.
I think there really is this issue of these well, one, if you get accused of something, people just assume you're guilty, which I'm
Yeah.
absolutely opposed to. And then two,
Hmm.
that there is like this a bit of a moral panic about this, about the kangaroo courts they're setting up. Like
They have that out.
they have set up these kangaroo courts, basically, where you can't even face your accuser and present evidence in your defense, or you can't present your accuser. There's other restrictions too. Um,
Hmm.
Confront your accuser, sorry. Um, and it really is like this really bad thing that's happening in our society. I actually do agree with you, and I think that it's good that somebody out there is taking that on.
Right. Well, because the media is totally okay with it because you've been accused of sexual assault, therefore you're guilty, therefore you're the devil, therefore you don't have any rights. You don't deserve any rights. And I mean, it's not just college men, right? And it's not just white men being accused. There's a lot of black men on college campuses that are being accused. And I had even reached out to like some BLM activists to be like, "Hey guys, like I feel like you should care about this, but no response, right? Because that's just seeded, right? Like that doesn't fit into the narrative that they want. So those men aren't protected. Um, and it's just very sad in these situations where like you they treat you like you're standing up for evil people when it's like I just like maybe this person did this, maybe this person didn't. A lot of times I know this person didn't do it, but it's like they just deserve due process. Like people accused of murder get due process. Even if the evidence is like overwhelming against them, they get due process. They get a trial, you know, like and they get to present evidence in their defense. So you can't just say, well, this college men are monsters, and therefore, like, he doesn't get these rights, you know? Or that he's a bad person, so why are you defending him? It's like, yeah, he deserves rights. Everybody does. They have these rights.
Yeah, and that's like it's just like freedom of speech too.
Right.
That if you're defending freedom of speech, if you're defending due process, if you're defending our constitutional liberties, actually, in many cases, you'll be defending people who have like aren't great people, but you have to defend them because like the Nazis, like when defending the Nazis from holding their protests and at Skokie, like this is like an extremely important element of our society that we have these rights, and that if you don't defend them for everyone, you're going to lose them, and
Mm-hmm.
it's absolutely awful. And with the due process stuff too, and we could we could go so many different directions with this too. Like one that came to mind was like, well, of course, um, due process for everybody, like I mean, like including President Trump right now, actually, right? I agree,
Mm-hmm.
but also due process for um, people in like Guantanamo Bay. Like, what do we, I mean? How do we think about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
You don't.
that
I mean,
that
that's a huge thing to.
the left the left used to be so big on that. I mean, I remember in 2012, 2008, right? And it was like, you know, due process rights for Guantanamo Bay. And it was like, okay, these aren't even US citizens. You know, you had these arguments, right? But then the left had those arguments there, but then when it comes to US citizens or, you know, immigrants at college students at college, you know, universities, they don't deserve those rights. And it's like you're not arguing for their rights. Like why would an alleged terrorist be more deserving of rights than an alleged rapist, you know? Like you know, like you they didn't seem there, it didn't matter, right? It didn't matter. Um and it was very frustrating. And it's still very frustrating because it's still the case because it all just comes back to like, so you're saying she lied? And it's like, well, you know, she's got these tears and everything. And it's like, well, believe women. And, you know, women don't lie about this. And, you know, all of this stuff is just all the excuses, all of it is, I don't know, is so wrong, you know? And if you explain it to normal people, like they get it, they completely see it. They're like, wait, what? What? He like no cross examination. Like he doesn't even get told the charges against him until like the hearing. He has no like you know, the school like the people against him decide what evidence can even be presented. Um, like they know these things are wrong, and then the media is just telling you these things are okay. They're right. They're great because this is a school. This is an educational, you know, I mean, getting away from Gamergate, but it is the same principle of like the media telling you, no, this is totally okay. They don't deserve rights because we don't like them.
Yeah, and it's anytime that this happens throughout history, when we start denying certain groups of people rights, never ends up going anywhere good.
Mm-mm.
You know, it would be great to have like a political conversation too, if you want some time. Like I do political streaming too, but right now the main focus is on the project. But yeah, if you want to talk sometime on air or off, I think we could have like really good discussions about well, the election, society, politics, major issues. If you want to enter
Yeah.
like the this world at all.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, like it can't be 4 hours again.
Yeah, no, we would, yeah, we would definitely go short.
A lot of it depresses me though. Like I don't talk about it much anymore because I end up depressed because it's like for years and you can point this out to normal people and then it's like it's still happening, you know? Like it just keeps going on and they just keep acting righteous. And so it's so depressing.
What do you think of the decentralized and leaderless nature of Gamergate?
I mean, that meant that there couldn't be a centralized scam like the Black Lives Matter movement took on the millions of dollars and then people just bought themselves big houses. Um, meant that couldn't happen, right? There was no organization.
True.
I think it also
Though
allowed
people did
people.
scam Gamergate people too, though. Like there were
Well, no, no, no.
scammers,
I'm not
but
saying there was no scamming. I'm
yeah.
not saying there were no grifters, no one who made money off of it. I mean, like there was definitely grifters and scams, but there wasn't like a whole organization that took in like massive donations claiming to be doing one thing and it, you know, just enriched people and that it was like this massively like organization that was exalted in the media as some like grand thing that like top corporations were giving to and stuff, you know? Um I think the decentralization was helpful in the fact that there were many factions within Gamergate and there was many factors to it, right? Like the ones that we had mentioned. So there was the false accusations of the men in gaming, and the claims that gamers were horrible, terrible people. There was the ethics in games journalism, you know, these different factions. And then there was the, you know, the gamers are dead and the animosity. And then, you know, what the breaking off of to the, you know, art and all of that stuff. In one respect was a good thing because then people could focus and really like zero in on the things that they cared about and try to make a difference there. And at the same time, it was a bad thing because then it was, you know, kind of unfocused in a lot of ways. But um, I mean, I would rather it have been like that than some leader, right? Because whenever there's just like one leader in charge, like it ends up being corruption and you know you start seeing all of these bad things about them and lie, you know, like it wouldn't have been well.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty much in agreement with you there. I do toy with this idea a little bit. And the anti-Gamergate people really like it. Like some of them do. Like Hannah Zamora, she she thinks that if Gamergate went that route, the legitimization route, like the build like an official organization thing, then
Hmm.
Gamergate could have been seen as something other than a harassment campaign. That's what she thinks. But
Yeah, but
be,
how would the media have covered that, right? Like they would have looked into everything and tried to destroy it just like they did the movement. So any, oh, look who gave money. You're accepting money from this person, like all of the things that would have been done, right? And anybody that was involved in that organization because you see like what happened to anyone who worked for Trump, right? Like they had to be destroyed, right? Because the media didn't like Trump. So absolutely destroyed. So you see all of these things to make sure that these people can like pretty much never get a job again. And that's what would have happened with any kind of like 501c3 created by Gamergate, like anything like that. It would have been on the SPLC hate group list. Like they would have tried to make sure nobody ever gave money
I
and
think
that
we ended up
anybody
on that
who
list
would
anyway.
have given,
I,
huh?
I think we actually ended up on that list anyway.
Right, exactly.
I'm
But
not
like the
sure if that's true,
organization,
actually. I better fact check that. But I think
the
it might be true.
organization for sure would have been on that list. It, you know, people would have tried to make sure no money was given and that anyone who did give money, because look what happened, what was it, with people who, like, it was like either people donated to Trump or donated to, you know, some thing like, oh, I think it was, yeah, the people that donated to Kyle Rittenhouse's defense, right? Which was the people who believed that he had a self defense claim and wanted to help him pay his legal bills. The media went and looked into those donations and got people fired, like made sure that people's lives were ruined for giving these donations. So that would have happened to any GamerGate organization. I mean, it wouldn't have legitimized it at all. That is a farce. It was just the media wanting that so that they could do this to that organization and the people behind it and the people who donated to it. That they'd have more targets.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I also think that I think I'm more in your camp there actually because, like you said, there really was this clique of people, these games journalists working with, who had also had these like really radical ideas, these really radical, pretty far left ideas on things, and they were all friends with each other, and they had like some degree of power and influence. Um, I think that really is like they would have tried to suppress something no matter what, probably, most likely. But I don't know if the mainstream press would have reacted necessarily in the same way. If there was like a Gamergate 501c3 that like the New York Times could reach out to for comment when they read an article, like I think that like probably would actually
What would
have
they
like a
have? Because
significant.
they didn't like really reach out to Gamergate people.
I think that they were lazy. I think that they were. I think that it's a mix of things. I think some of the people were ideologically driven, and then like some of the
And
people
so the organization
were
still wouldn't
just.
have mattered.
Yeah,
Like it
like it's
wouldn't have
easy
helped
for
that
them to
way. They
send an
still wouldn't have
email.
reached out.
It's easy for them to like send an email though to like the official
And then they could have
PR
said
at
they reached out, and it would have
gamergate.com.
been a lie. Yeah, then they would have said, "Oh, we reached out."
Yeah, and then
Oh,
possibly get
so
a
we're
different
being
perspective
fair,
on
and
there.
it would have just given them more, like, they could have patted themselves on the back and been like, "We've been fair," even though they really did nothing.
Yeah, my trust in media is like really really low, but
I
I
have
do
none.
think that I do think that we do need to have like a strong media that does serve an important vital role, and I think that like some of the newspapers and not like the newspapers, like specifically like I feel like the New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, like most of their news, not opinion, but like most of their news coverage is like they generally try, or like the Associated Press and Reuters, like they generally
Mhm.
try
When it
to
has
do like a
no
it's
political angle,
like they have
then
biases, but I think that they're not gonna like outright lie, generally speaking. But they do sometimes, like they do about like the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff, right? I agree with a lot of
right.
conservatives on like
Or
their
remember
grievances.
the Nick Sandman
Yeah, the Covington Catholic kids,
stuff, right?
absolutely. I think that that was absolute bullshit
I
what
mean,
happened to them.
yeah, that was another thing. Like it's not like the media taking the narrative that they want and printing it without really looking into it or getting the other side and exposing a complete bias that turns out to be false, and then generally they get to hide and not, like, defamation claims are usually thrown out, like Nick Sandman, right? Sandman. He
I think it's
was
Sandman, yeah.
he was really lucky that, and we don't know how much money he actually got. He might not have gotten much at all. I can tell you, I would be 100% positive he didn't get $250 million from CNN. Um, I mean, a lot of times, like, people will just accept a correction, a note, you know, thinking their life will go back. I don't know if he got much money at all. So they get to hide because most of these cases are dismissed because they say, well, our source said this, and that's all you have to do. Well, according to this source, and the source was lying. It's on the source, not us. And then you see these things again go over and over again, and they always go the same direction. Like the misinformation is always the same direction from these media outlets over and over again.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree, but I also recognize that there's alternative media too, and
Oh yeah.
they they're
Twitter is
just as
actually the
bad pretty
best
much. They're in
alternative.
fact they're just as bad pretty much, and like maybe worse because like if you're like getting all of your news from Alex Jones or pick something like some like far right website or even just a far left website too, like the people who are like
Really
real
called?
like tankies and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, or just MSNBC all day, right? People when they take in this stuff, they're they're really getting like especially like the non-mainstream stuff. If that's the only thing they're watching, they're gonna get like a very skewed picture too. And like so are the people who are like just watching like just like whatever is on CNN that night, but like
Mm-hmm.
probably like probably CNN's gonna do like a slightly better job with being like factually accurate than like thousands of like random podcasters. But maybe not. I
I
don't know.
wouldn't say that
I don't know.
anymore.
But
I wouldn't say that
like
because
than any
random
individual. I'm sorry, than any
podcasters
individual podcaster.
go down a rabbit hole of like some information is like why why do you even include that? That's too like this is it's so much like going down and this analyze, whereas CNN is just, I mean, Nick Sandman sued them because like that was their coverage. They just and again they in every one of these media instances we've pointed out, like CNN has been on the wrong side, has been on the wrong side of the story, you know? So, yeah, they're not exactly like any more accurate than some random podcaster. They might have more access to some information, but they're still going to present it wrong and not get access to additional information that could provide context or can completely change the story.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that there's you have to look at like each claim that's being made specifically and analyze it like from that basis,
Hmm.
and then determine like from multiple angles, even too, and like seek out as much evidence as possible about a specific story. I think that that's like what you should do on a personal level, especially if it's something like important that you care about. And but the thing is like too that we're so flooded with information that like most people they need like some way to probably like understand things like by reading like a single article or two, especially if they're
Yeah.
like in depth, if they which they should be, which they most often aren't. If they're like really in depth, that's probably like what they should probably do that, like trust that that's probably true, but also like like keep open the idea that maybe something else might not be. It depends on like what evidence is presented specifically, and like that's true for the podcaster as well. But I feel like a lot of the people too, and I, as someone who like is in the alternative like streaming space, especially I deal with like far right people, far left people all the time, and like they don't try at all to be factually honest. Most like even like mainstream like normal like conservatives and liberals online, like most people, a lot not most people, a lot of people really don't who are like professional streamers. Like they really aren't
Yeah.
like super good faith people. And they will be like intentionally like look at Hassan, right? Look at what his like all the shit that I'm not sure if you know who he is. Hassan Abi.
I don't think so.
Oh, he's like he's the biggest like Twitch streamer in the world, or biggest political Twitch streamer in the world.
Hmm.
And he's like a super tanky basically. Like he's defending Hamas and like all sorts. Like he's yeah.
Right.
Um, and, like his audience, they're believing that stuff uncritically because I think that they can trust him too, and that's a problem.
Right. That's the problem. The people just aren't curious or suspicious, or they just don't question things. And I I don't question everything, but I question a heck of a lot. I feel like I question maybe more than the average person, and people need to elevate it higher. Like you should question everything. Like just you don't have to like reach out to the person. I don't believe you or anything. Just in your own head, like think of like alternatives. Well, maybe it was this. Well, maybe it was that, and then also think about your own experiences, because when you write things down, they can sound very black and white. Whereas, from experience, like you can think something in your head and like say something differently. Well, then you've said something on the record, but you know that you were thinking something different, but you said it for a very different reason, right? Like, and you can, that kind of whole psyche voice in your head that's like, can completely change the context of something, but it's still like, well, you said this, therefore that is black and white, that is everything, and it gets, I don't know, like the human mind is much trickier than that. And I don't know. It all just gets so difficult for me to really trust or believe anything. I started this joke with one of my GamerGate friends because I was always, one of the big things that I was always having to debunk for the campus sexual assault stuff was the claim that 1 in 5 women have been sexually assaulted on college campuses. And the bullshit behind that study, which is not actually a study, it's just a survey with questions designed to get people to, answer certain ways. And then people still weren't really answering in certain ways. So you know, they had to elevate pretty much of like, has a guy ever tried to kiss you and you didn't want to kiss him? It was like, that's elevated to the level of sexual assault, which like we can all see a situation where someone thinks they can make a move, goes to make a move, gets rebuffed, and then that's it. But now that's been elevated to just that move being sexual assault, right? So that's what they would do with these surveys. And so then I started seeing that there's a whole lot of surveys that come out that say 1 in 5. 1 in 5 people do this. 1 in 5 people do that. And it started just to become a joke for me that it's like, clearly you can find 1 in 5 people to say what you want them to say in a survey. Like that's what the real number is, because it's just now you'll start looking for it. If you see something that it'll be like 1 in 5 people do this. 1 in 5 people say this. 1 in 5 people think this. You'll just start seeing it everywhere.
Yeah, I definitely want to see more. I see there's a lot of issues with sociology, especially, and soft sciences. I think there are legitimate issues there that do need to be addressed. But I also, I also think that there is a lot of good that comes out of academia, and you have to like read the papers yourself, unfortunately, to like really ascertain like what if this is a good methodology. What did they really do? What did they really ask? How did they really create the control group and the
Right.
test group, and like, you
And
have to like really read into it yourself. And like some of it is good data actually, but there are major issues, and also I think there should be more conservative voices too actually in academia, and that there is somewhat of an ideological capture.
hmm Yeah, no, that would definitely, I mean, conservatives are run out of academia at this point. Like they will find a way to fire a conservative. Like there's campaigns against anyone who speaks out against the crazy campus stuff. Like if you even like literally just question anything, instead of outright like this is great. Yeah, there will be people in like email threads that are just like, is this the right way to go about this? Done. Your career's over. Like it's so ridiculous. But
Yeah,
are we about
yeah.
done?
Sorry. Yes. Let's see. We're very close. Um, some of us have talked about doing like a GamerGate like reunion once every 10 years or something like that. If so, would you be interested in that?
Yeah.
It's just I have no I don't want to do it myself, but but
Yeah, I'm
a few
not going
people
to do
have
it myself.
floated the idea.
Yeah. I mean, see who all is going and where it's being planned and whether I feel like traveling.
For you personally, what would GamerGate being successful look like?
A whole change in media landscape where this bias against certain groups and this denial of rights to certain groups and compassion and humanity to certain groups just didn't exist anymore. But the media actually like reported the truth and treated things fairly and provided the right context and didn't just rush to the conclusions based on the narrative it's already written. And that it wouldn't just be games journalism that did this, but it would be political journalism, science journalism, you know, every type of journalism. Sports journalism too has a lot of issues, but mainly in the same kind of woke issues where it's somebody gets accused and they just jump on it, right? Um, that for all media to be cleaned up like that.
All right. Well, with that in mind, was GamerGate successful in your eyes?
I think it was successful in opening people's eyes to the issues, but and like you said, games journalism is I guess, better than it was back then. But the rest of the media is just getting worse and worse and worse. And so I don't think it's all any going to change. I don't think Gamergate was a failure. I don't think, it accomplished some good. It got some changes in games journalism, so it was a success. But all of media is still a dumpster fire. So,
I do.
all of the media that operates on these narratives, like the media did with Gamergate, right? And like they did with Me Too, all of these continued moral panic things, like those things haven't stopped. They haven't been fixed. The media never takes a step back and be like, hey, we got things wrong last time. Maybe we should take a step back and like actually think and look at. Nope. They just keep going every single time. Every single time.
I want to correct a claim I made real quick earlier. The SPLC thing, we're not listed as one of their hate groups, but we are mentioned in some of their articles, like their male supremacy article. But the SPLC is also a trash organization. I actually
Right,
wouldn't trust them
exactly.
for anything. They really are, actually.
I know, but the media still loves to like quote them and give them legitimacy,
Yeah.
even after everything that's been written, like showing, how illegitimate they are. The media still brings them up whenever they can, if they can use it against, someone they dislike.
Yeah, no, I agree. If you could do it all over again, would you? The Gamergate stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you think of
I
this interview?
I
Oh,
would do more.
what do you think of this interview project?
I think it's interesting. I don't know how much value I added. I don't think I gave any like juicy tidbits that's like super interesting. And I think a transcription of me talking is going to be very difficult for people to read.
No, no, you're
then,
you're you're doing perfectly fine on that account.
um, yeah, I mean, normally a book like that would want, I would think that you would want, some secret uncovered or something. And I don't think I provided anything that's, I doubt this was interesting for anybody to watch. Is anybody even still watching?
We've got 3 people on Twitch. Well, 1 on Kick, but that's probably me. And we got 7 on YouTube.
I imagine that I've been a pretty boring interview.
I think it's important to have perspectives of people who weren't like super invested, because like most of the people I'm talking with, they're not like
Hmm.
e-celebs necessarily. Some of them are, like not like e-celebs with like massive followings today, but people who are like very heavily involved in like the day-to-day stuff, and like
Yeah.
people who didn't have like huge presences, but had like sizable followings within like the people who were like doing stuff with GG a lot. Like Oliver Campbell, for instance, would be like a
Mhm.
good person, a good example of someone who's like super heavily invested day in and day out
You
on
talking to
this
him?
stuff. No, he's off Twitter now, and I don't have his contact. I'm sure
Well,
if I,
that's why I haven't seen him on Twitter.
yeah, I don't think he's on Twitter anymore. Maybe I just don't know his name on there. But yeah, I'd like to get in touch with him. But I got so many people already. But he's
Yeah.
an interesting perspective. If he wants to do it, hit me up, Oliver, if you're watching. And I also want to say too, but the Ray guy, um, I hope I didn't frame that bad, because I think he's like a really good guy. And I don't want to like say anything bad about him.
Who?
Ray, the Airplay documentary maker. His name's
Oh,
Ray. He made the Airplay
well, no,
documentary.
you didn't say anything bad about him. I totally get him.
Yeah.
Like as not wanting to reach out or
Well,
really
I'm sure
promote
he
himself.
wants to. I'm sure he wants to. I said that he was probably nervous reaching out to people because he's a little bit socially anxious. But like, I didn't say that like I didn't mean that in like a bad way. Like, I think
I didn't take
I
it in
think
a bad way. I'm socially anxious too. I think there's anybody watching this totally understands social anxiety. I think it's like everybody in the world kind of has some of it now. Like the whole thing about millennials like not wanting to talk on the phone, like that's a thing. And I used to talk on the phone in high school all the time, and now having to talk to someone on the phone, even like this, is like, God, I hope I don't have to do it. I hope he cancels. If I can send an email, I would much prefer it.
Yeah, but yeah, I'll send you his documentary.
Okay.
All right, last question before the open-ended one, and that's okay. So some people reading this might hold a negative view of GamerGate. Do you have anything you want to say to these people?
I hope that you can understand that Gamergate wasn't about hate and harassment, that it was about people who wanted to fix journalism that they saw as unfair and unethical, and that they wanted to fix some issues that they saw as injustices, um, due process, free speech, things like this. That these were the ethics was the real thing that people wanted, um, and the harassment was just this invented narrative. Um, and I hope that people can kind of look back and look at the points that people in Gamergate made, the actual points, and see that they were real points. They were good points that were raised up, and the fact that the Society of Professional Journalists and the Poynter Institute accepted what Gamergate people said as being problems means that they were legitimate concerns, and that this whole movement had legitimate concerns. And that's what the big driver of it was.
Yeah, and I do want to say too, for you, Ash, the I think you do actually add your story does add to this because I think that what you talked about with being a gamer and how that you're open about that. I think that was actually a really amazing story, and I'm glad that that's really something that we got to talk about here. And then also too, with journalism, we got to talk about like the issues with that and how like, you're open about talking about your political views too, which is really interesting too because we disagree on things, but we're able to like civilly discuss them, which is like so rare in society.
Well, I mean, face to face, usually people aren't like nasty and screaming. There are some, right? But usually people can just, and especially one on one, right? So if you had a group of, some of the anti Gamergate people that were the loudest online in a group together, they might start yelling and get really angry and speak over you. But just one of them might not be like that.
Yeah, and I think that like the main thing too, and this is something people forget, is that like we've somehow divided ourselves into these like artificial social categories of like conservative, liberal, leftist, social democrat, communist,
Yeah.
libertarian, whatever. These ideologies are in some way it's like there's value in having those ideological groupings so you can work with other people who have
Mm.
similar interests and goals to you and values. Um, but like we also like forget that like ultimately we're dealing with like humans
Yeah.
at the on the other side, and there's no like other side. We're just individuals. That's what we should like view each other as fundamentally. But so many that's like so difficult for a lot of people to do.
Hmm. I get it, because as much as like I call for that, and then there's some people that I just don't find redeeming qualities for, and it's like hard, hard to find that humanity and think about those people, in that way. And I feel like I do that for a few people, and I hope it's a limited number, but it still happens. The large majority of people, I can be like, you know, humanity, and then some people is just it's hard.
Yeah, and there are deceitful people out there too. So it's it's a difficult question, but that's not the topic today. The topic's Gamergate. Sorry, I would love to go down that rabbit hole though sometime. We can definitely discuss that again.
Weird.
Okay, all right, cool. That's the last question. All right, well, thank you so much, Ash. Sorry we went a little bit longer than expected. 4 hours, 37 minutes.
Yeah,
But thank
that
you
was a
so
long
much.
interview. All
Yeah,
right, take care.
take care.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, I can turn us off air. Cool. All right, who are we gonna raid? That was an awesome conversation. I'm glad we got to do that. I will raid Neve on YouTube and nobody on Twitch. Cool. All right. Well, have a good night, everyone.